I'm going around the world on a motorbike by myself.
Introductory song. Make it up as I go. This is extremely embarrassing for me. So I'm just going to say that I'm going around the world on a motorbike.
I'm going to ride something like 30,000 miles in I don't know how many days through a lot of different countries. Across Australia from Sydney to Perth, then from South Africa up through to North Africa into Egypt, and then taking the back road round through Eastern Europe, stopping at several places, and eventually landing up in Plymouth, England. I'll be bringing cameras. These ones. I'll be going on my own, so there won't be a cameraman. Everything will be filmed by me. There will also be no support vehicles. I'll be travelling around the world, linking up with myself at the borders, but really, the motorcycle will be on its own. So today is my birthday. Not right now, but when I upload this video, it will be my birthday. So comment below and send me gifts. Now I've decided to make this video as a call forward to my future self. I will be watching this again on my birthday in 2059, aged 70 years old. So, future self, congratulations, you did it. Did what exactly? Well, in case you haven't read the title of this video or seen the thumbnail, I've decided to ride a motorbike from Sydney to Plymouth in England. So firstly, why would I put myself through this? Surely the 76 of Dreams is a much more suitable and capable vehicle for doing this trip, as well as being much more comfortable and safer, and much more likely to make it, and able to carry more supplies. Now unfortunately, to the disgust of my mother, I've spent most of my life living with a motorcycle obsession. When I was living in the UK, I don't think a single day went by that I wasn't on one, even going as far as to co-found a reboot of the University of Sydney's Motorcycle Society. Now this motorbike obsession goes a little bit deeper, even as far as crashing motorbikes, riding this crashed motorbike to hospital, and then riding home again on the crashed motorbike once I was discharged, with a pair of crutches strapped to my back. On the other side, this is where a lot of my engineering incentive came from. After riding back from the hospital, I was off work for a while, so I built an RD350 YPVS engine Kajiva Mito in my bedroom. Most of my weekends were spent racing at local tracks, on Dartmoor exploring, or generally being a little turd and being caught doing naughty things on the road.
It's crazy.
Including fixing smashed up crashed motorbikes that became the result of a lack of skill. I've also been around some of Europe on a Ninja 636, which was pretty uncomfortable, especially in crap weather, rain, freezing cold, camping anywhere and everywhere, including on top of the cliffs of Dover, through France and Belgium, into Germany, reaching our final destination, the Nurburg Ring, to find the track was closed for the day because it was booked by Mercedes for car testing. Staying in the hotel overlooking the track while we watched, enviously, and stopped off in Amsterdam on the way back for disappointment relief. Fuck you, Mercedes. Now the result of this, aside from having a scrap value in all but one of my limbs, is that I'd say I'm relatively experienced on a motorbike. And another result is that I've owned quite a lot of the things, as you can see. Anyway, let's figure out this trip. So naturally, the most important decision I need to make is what motorbike am I taking on this trip? Naturally, it's got to be a touring bike of some description and something that can tolerate off-road stuff with some degree of ability, as well as forgiving enough to deal with an inevitable lack of ability, and light enough to be manageable by someone of my stature. You've got your usuals, your multi-stradas, KTM, BMW, 10 Yearies, or however you say it, and other more road-focused ones like V-Stroms. And in case you hadn't realised it, I've been planning this for a while now. About a decade, in fact. This means I've spent hours on the internet looking for the perfect motorbike to take with me. And I have settled on the Ducati 1199S. Wait, that's not entirely true. I think I focused on the wrong bit. It's actually a BMW GS1200 Adventure. Now, there are several reasons for this. In my research time, I've spent a lot of time looking at people doing long distance trips and figuring out what problems they have, and deciding which of these problems that I can get away with. Now, most of the motorbikes you see, they have common problems that involve the engine stopping. Now, while absolutely none of them get through this ordeal unscathed, there are some that fare better than others. Now, the problem with the majority of these motorbikes is the problems they have are ones that stop the engine from working. Now, this is not ideal, for obvious reasons. In this one, for example, these guys go a long way on KTM 690s, and because of the questionable fuel quality in some of these areas, both of their fuel pumps decided to systematically shit themselves, which resulted in a lot of towing and relying on other people, both of which I'm not planning on doing in this trip. Another one would be V-Strongs. This is a more road-focused bike, but they don't seem to be quite suited for this trip, mostly because they can't carry that much. Now, another major consideration I had was a Ducati Multistrada, but what I've learned is that these engines are heavily derived from the sports bike or superbike engines, much like the other bike we just saw. Now, these have their own host of undesirable issues, some of which I've experienced myself. I previously had an 1198S, which is what all but the most recent Multistradas are using, and I had severe issues with starter motors and wiring. And these issues alone are enough for me to throw that out as an option. So without resorting to obscure and odd things, I've settled on the BMW Adventure. Now, these seem to tick most of the boxes, but they also suffer from their own host of issues, mostly related to suspension, as discovered by Mr. Borman and McGregor in their adventures. But what I've concluded is that even with the shocks and suspension destroying themselves, I'll at least have a working engine so I can limp somewhere to get some repairs done. Now, obviously, this isn't a new bike. In fact, it's done almost 100,000 kilometers. But I've chosen this one because it's what I consider to be the best model for most areas, but not all. Firstly, it's oil cooled, so there's only one engine fluid to worry about. And secondly, which is pretty much a result of the firstly, it's about 20 kilograms lighter than the newer models because it doesn't have a water cooling system. However, it's a used bike. This means that it's been worked on by self-proclaimed DIY experts who get their knowledge from Facebook and forums. And the result is that I've had to rip out meters of questionably hideous wiring. Thankfully, aside from bolt-on extras such as engine covers, there were only 2 such instances of aftermarket wiring. So, call this a bit premature, seeing as this trip is starting in the quite distant future. But I've got this bike back to completely stock form, apart from the protecting stuff that I'm probably going to use. And from this, the modifications have begun. So in its stock form, it looks something like this. And for some reason, BMW does not give you a switched power socket from the factory. All they give you is this weird little socket here, but that's constantly powered, so it's no good for what I need. It means if you leave something plugged in, it's just going to drain the battery as long as you leave it there. So in the background, what I have done is I've sorted out my own fuse box. Now, this is a relay powered fuse box, and it draws its power from the battery here into this fused relay, which is 15 amps, and into the fuse box, which has its own bus bars, as well as an earthing point here. Now, seeing as the lights are always on these bikes, I've drawn power for the relay from the tail lights, which basically means as soon as the ignition's turned on, this fuse box has power. Now, being from the industry that I'm from, double redundancy is something that's been drilled into my head since I was about 16 years old. So this isn't any different. What I've got here is if this relay fails, I have a bypass switch, which turns it from ignition power to always on power. Now, this is good for 2 reasons. Firstly, if the relay breaks, I can just bypass it. And secondly, if I do need to do anything like charge my phone with the bike off, I can do exactly that and just leave the phone under the seat somewhere. Now, the other thing that's helped me choose this bike is the plethora of aftermarket accessories available for it. And in this case, it seems like it's almost fate, because it came with a Garmin GPS unit that came preloaded with Africa maps. So that's one expense saved right there. But it also just so happens that there's all manner of funky doohickeys available for this bike and GPS combination. Here's some of the stuff I went for. So where did all this come from? Seems pretty bespoke. Must be expensive. Well, AliExpress. Anyway, I'll start with this one. It's a GPS bracket. This thing solves two of my issues in one. Firstly, the GPS mounting issue. So the bike came with this bar-mounted ram mount, which I actually hate. And the worst thing about it is that all the wiring turns with the handlebars. And this means that over time, eventually, something's gonna break. And while it wouldn't leave me stranded, it could definitely leave me lost. So this bracket allows me to mount it to the windscreen crossbar. This means no moving wires, and it's in a much more protected area, considering a GPS is pretty much a lifeline in places with questionable phone signal. The other issue this gadget solves is the where to mount my phone dilemma in areas that don't have questionable phone signal. Well, now this is a phone holder and wireless charger with a USB port that clips directly into the Garmin mount. So time will tell, I guess, but the concept seems perfect. Unless it turns out to be rubbish. But I guess I've got quite a lot of testing time to figure this stuff out. Now there are a load of things that need to be done and modified on this bike to make it suitable, including servicing it to death, splitting the bike in half to change the clutch as a precaution because BMW took until 2013 to realize this was a poor design choice, adding power to the top case for charging cameras and stuff, and generally minimizing my chances of having to walk halfway around the world. I'm also making sure I do everything myself, and there are a few reasons for this. Firstly, it's so I can egotistically make sure everything is done properly. And secondly, so I know exactly how everything comes apart and goes together again. So this means that if anything goes wrong when I'm actually on the trip, I'll be able to fix it myself and not have to be worried about having not done a job before. The final point is that it costs less. And this is the best bit. Now for this trip, failure isn't really an option, mostly because I've already done a call forward to my future self. And as such, I've realised I need to be in a state of peak physical fitness to improve my chances of succeeding in this trip. As a result, I have done something I am both morally and objectively against. I have made an Instagram fitness page. On this Instagram page, you can watch me pick things up and put things down, and make grunting noises while adding inspirational quotes. So I'll be gradually deflabbing myself in the meantime, and when the trip actually starts, I'll be updating my progress as and where I go on my other Instagram page, which is this one. Now the main reason for this is so that when I inevitably drop the bike, I'll be in a position where I can actually lift it up by myself when it's fully loaded. The other thing is, it's been many years since my enduro racing days, and in case you didn't know, enduro racing is one of the most physically demanding things you can ever do. And during my time off, I've got a bit portly. So I've got to fix that before I go. The other thing I need to do is get used to actually riding the bike. The racing I used to do took place on 450s and 250s that weighed about the same as I do. But when your bike weighs about 250 plus kilograms, it becomes a completely different ball game. Now other things I'm going to do are try and make myself a bit more difficult to kill. I'd say in my current state, I'm at least a level 3 paladin, thanks to boxing during uni. And contrary to popular belief, the UK does actually allow guns. But both of these areas need a substantial refresher course. It's time for a montage.
All we do here is go back.
Now this is the bit where we see if it's worth the effort or not. So if I switch on my 12 volt power, I should start charging that. And then what I should be able to do, I've never done this before, is unsuccessfully clip my phone in here. So what's the plan? Right. I'm in Sydney. That's over here, and I firstly need to get to Perth. I'm predicting this will take around a week, give or take a few. So I'll pass through the Victorian High Country on the way to Melbourne, then follow the south coast to Adelaide. From there, I'll carry on until I eventually hit Perth. And that's the easy part done. This is the it's not too late to turn back phase. This means that if catastrophe happens, I'm not stranded anywhere that matters. Then, if nothing bad happens, it's off to Cape Town, probably by air. Take care of Philip. I'm so sorry, Philip. Grab the bike, go over to Cyril's place. From here, follow the south coast again towards Durban. Then pass through several other countries, avoiding the scary ones, and eventually hit the tail of the Nile River. This being with the hope that I won't die of thirst if I'm at least near a river. I'll then follow this up to Egypt, turn right, and make my way back up and across and into the back of Eastern Europe. High-five some babushkas, stop at the Nurburg Ring and fight Mercedes this time if I have to, race on over to Plymouth, have a cup of tea, and wait for all this to blow over. How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Yeah, boy!
Now obviously, these are the very early stages of the trip. That's why it's called episode 0. And I've got many months of planning ahead of me. I'm predicting about 18 in fact. So there's lots of things to buy, repair, service and test, as well as visas to acquire and transport to arrange. Now as usual, the comments section is open to criticisms and any other such nonsense. But mostly, I guess I'm looking for suggestions and advice, or anything that I'm obviously overlooking. And finally, if I have sent you this video, and you've made it to the end, congratulations, you've got a product that I like a lot, and you should definitely send it to me for free. But only if you've got enough faith in it to think that it'll last the length of the trip. Anyway, for now, I'll be gradually getting everything together, testing the stuff, servicing the utter shit out of the bike, and that's about it. I'm still going around the world on a motorbike by myself. Since the last episode, many things have happened, and if you haven't seen it, it's at the top of your screen now. So click it. Thanks, strange commentary narrator person. And yes, lots of things have happened. Like this. The bike is finally fully finished and ready to go. There's nothing left to be done, so let's talk about that. But first, I'm going to talk about all the lovely things that I'm going to be taking with me on this trip. So let's talk about that first. Now first, on the list of things, are these things. Starting with this. This is a helmet. This is to hopefully protect my head in the event that I go barreling down the road into hard objects. And I have bought this one in particular, not because I'm a brand whore, but simply because it fits my head best. And if you're buying a helmet because of the brand, then you're doing it wrong. What you might also notice is this weird little tumour on the side of it. And that's a camera. Now, full disclosure here, Senna actually gave me this camera for free. Because I'm a greedy little boy and I asked them for one. However, this is the exact camera I would have bought had they not given me one. Now, seeing as my YouTube channel is a little bit strange and I don't have many followers, I'm not that familiar with how sponsorships work. My expectations are that I have to say a lot of nice things from a script in order to get free items. But this was not the case. I specifically asked what they wanted me to do in return, and they said nothing and to just enjoy the trip. So thank you, Senna. Now the reason I chose this camera was because it's not a typical dash cam style camera that you see from everyone else that does the Bluetooth and all these hands-free things. That's not really what I'm looking for. What I wanted was something that I could choose when and where to record and turn it on and off whenever I wanted to. And all you do is it's got this weird little foreskin thing. If I want to start recording, slide the foreskin forwards. And when I stop recording, I slide the foreskin backwards. If you're American or Jewish, you're probably not familiar with this. Now that's perfect for me because I don't want to record everything, and I'm sure I'm going to forget at some point to charge my camera. Plus, all these constantly recording cameras tend to only last a few hours. Whereas this one can potentially go for the whole trip without needing a charge, if I just do small segments. Other things I got are nice boots to stop my ankles falling off, gloves for appendages with mysterious little touchscreen fingers, and the last one was a petrol cooker, because I don't really want to carry around compressed gas with me, and it means that if I do need fuel, I can just tip it out of the bike, or vice versa. And obviously the fuel's in this weird little container. Let's talk about bike things. Now the cooking stuff we just talked about is going to go in these. And aside from that, I've got a tent and an inflatable mattress. I can fit the tent in like that so everything's waterproof. So this is the part of the video when Captain Hindsight is going to tell me that I was stupid for not changing the clutch. But here's my logic behind it. So first, you take off the starter motor. And then you have access to your clutch inside there, which you can probably barely see. Now as you can see, that little rubber bit in the middle is the clutch plate. And that's the thickness that you have to worry about if you have any concerns about your clutch starting to slip. Now luckily these discs aren't exactly concentric and their diameters differ slightly, which means that you can measure the gap there. And apparently the service limit on this one is 4.1 millimeters, and I can comfortably get a 5.5mm Allen key in there. So with that logic, hopefully it won't die. Now there is one more thing you might notice. I'm not taking a camp chair with me. This is because on my last camping trip with the bike, I had a revelation. And here it is. So it's probably a good idea to record this bit from the helmet camera, because then it means I can point at lots of different things and you can see exactly what I mean. And the first thing I'm going to start with are the highway pegs. Now these are AliExpress specials, and as you can see they don't exactly fit perfectly. The only bit that I could get it to fit on was this weird little radius bit. However, even though this is an accidental thing, it's the most perfect position for them. Here's why. Because it's the most comfortable thing imaginable. So next on the list is the stuff you've already seen from before, from the last episode. And this is because of the new suspension. Now this is all electronically adjusted, and I've had to get rid of my bypass switch to fit this thing. And the switch is underneath, so if I do want to switch it on, I have to reach underneath, which isn't ideal. But this leads on nicely to the next bit. All this Touratech expensive suspension gubbins. So with the powers of video editing, we can go back in time to when I fitted this. Now, as far as things that are going to go on the bike for this trip, this is the last couple of boxes of stuff that I'm going to be putting on it. But obviously I can't do much when it's in a box. So far, they have gone to the effort of giving me a $2 screwdriver to go with it. That's always a plus, as well as a mysterious washer. And this is what $6,500 gets you in terms of motorbike suspension. Now, I wouldn't have bought it if I didn't think it was worth it, so let's hope that it's as good as they say it is. And I've spoken to a load of their reps and stuff over the time, saying what I'm going to be carrying, where I'm going to be going, and they've put some different springs in that to cope with my body weight as well as what I'll be carrying. So with any luck, it'll make the bike handle really nicely compared to what it was before. Now, since that blast from the past, I've had a few gripes with this suspension setup. Firstly is because this is an uprated spring, it's obviously a bit fatter. And what happens is when there's no weight on the front wheel, there is actually contact between the alternator belt cover and the spring. The other thing is this wire here is not really shielded in any particular way, so I predict this might get damaged at some point. Now, if you compare that to the original shock, you can see that all the wire is correctly routed up to here to an almost manifold thing, which is then received from the top of the shock, and everything works nicely. But the Touratech doesn't have this. Now, I contacted them about it and they've ghosted me, so they seem to be one of those companies that disappear once they've got your money. So now that you know everything and you've seen what I'm taking with me, I need to get information things for myself. So what I've decided to do, even though I know they're not designed specifically for this, is talk to all the embassies about finding information about the countries I'm going to. The other thing is sorting out this thing. That's a carnet de passage. I'm sure my pronunciation is garbled. However, it's a carnet de passage for other people. And the last one is visas, because without them, you don't get many places. So let's talk about the first one, starting with the South African Embassy.
One eternity later.
High Commission, good afternoon.
Hey, I was wondering if you could help me with a weird question. I'm planning on riding a motorbike from Africa to, Cape Town up to Egypt. And I was wondering if I could come in and just talk to someone about, increasing my chances of survival, basically.
Okay, you have to send an email
Right.
to info.canberra.
Yep. Yep. So as it would happen, all they can do is tell you to send an email using their phone number. Seriously, why is Super Wog on Netflix? What has the world come to? So I've decided to start recording this a good distance away from where I live so that weirdos can't find me. Now the plan is I'm going to go to Canberra and visit all the embassies in a single day. And if the Google reviews are anything to go by, this could be very, very interesting. Now just some foreshadowing, I'm very well aware that embassies don't have the role of giving out tourist information, but I'm hoping that some people who work there might be willing to impart some of their knowledge. So let's find out in a few hours' time. So what I'm going to do is camp somewhere tonight. I haven't decided where, haven't really looked at a map of Canberra or anything, so I have no idea what's around. But this is hopefully going to be the same sort of distances and whatevers that I would expect to do on a daily basis once I start going on this escapade. Anyway, I've got my Netflix on, so I'm not going to get bored while I'm riding. And see you in Canberra. Fucking barking at me. So welcome to Canberra. As you can see, it's devolved into a delightful day. It's almost pointless riding to England, seeing as I'm already pretty much there. And I've decided on this trip that I am not going to wear jeans, because all they do when I'm riding this bike is try to put my tea bag up my wee toe. So all I'm doing now is trying to find the South African High Commission. And with any luck, I'll be able to go in there, have a happy conversation with them, and come out knowing everything I'm supposed to know about going to their place. But that's the optimistic side of me. And there we go. Hello, I was just wondering if it's possible to drop in and have a chat quickly, because I'm planning on travelling. Is this something you guys would be able to help me with?
No, send an email.
Oh, okay. Well, are you very busy?
No, but we won't talk to you unless you've sent us an email.
I've tried sending emails, they don't get replied to.
Send another email. Send another email. Send another. We cannot help you.
Hopeless. So that went exactly as expected. Turns out Google reviews aren't entirely nonsense. So the South African embassy operates entirely by emails that they don't reply to. These people are being paid for what exactly, I do not know. Anyway, on to Zimbabwe. What a complete 180 that turned out to be. They are absolutely fantastic in there. So what they've done is they've said that they're going to be able to help with border entries and things like that. They gave me a list of places I can visit.
including their sort of, you know, personal favourites, places to avoid, things to avoid. So there's a lot to think about after that visit, which is excellent. So for now, I'm gonna send them an email. They asked me to send them an email as well, obviously, but this time they're going to be able to reply with all the links to the places that they suggest I should go. Anyway, on to the next country. Anyway, I think that's enough of chasing embassies and annoying people with my ridiculous questionings. So I'm going to go and find a very moist campsite.
Oh look, it's another bike episode, where I'm not actually riding a bike. For now. I'm just about ready to go, so I'm going to go over some of the things I've had to do and the loops I've had to jump through to get to where I'm going. Now, travelling around the world on a motorbike is a political nightmare, and you need a lot of paperwork to do it. So here's what I've had to bring to the table. A cute little Australia sticker to go on my number plate. I've had to renew my UK driving licence. It cost me £20. It lasts 10 years. Suck on that, Australia. Passport. 2 international driving permits. And most importantly, a carnet de passage. And this is basically a bike passport that signs you in and out of every country and leaves you with proof that you've done so. It's quite expensive, but Australia pretty much has the cheapest one in the world. This is $1,500. But in the rest of the world, it can cost you 5 times the value of your bike when it was new. Other things I've had to do are sort out my visas for various countries. Thankfully, I only need visas for 5 of the countries I'm travelling through, which are these ones. And it turns out some of these can be an absolute political nightmare. Especially this one, because they apparently don't recognise the carnet, which means that you need something called a tip. Now this stands for Temporary Import Permit, which is basically what they've put in place because they've refused to accept a carnet. Now as the abbreviation implies, this is basically a money scam. They want you to put down a deposit of 500% of the bike when it was new. Now in this case, that's about 100 grand. And not many people have that kicking around. So this is going to be one of those deal with it when it happens situations. In here is nothing particularly amazing. One side for clothes, one side for everything else. And I also have this weird little knockoff Touratech thing that you would have seen in one of the first episodes. So all the tools and tyre repair stuff is in there. I also bought this fancy new jacket. It's got a pouch on the front, so I can carry my children around like an oversized marsupial. It also has a booty. A reflective and waterproof booty, so I can be stylish and dry. Much like the content of all my videos. Anyway, I think it's about time I left on this little escapade, don't you think? Because I have to be in Perth in 10 days. This is just to inject some artificial drama. It probably doesn't matter when I arrive. Anyway, I'm gonna leave. Starting tomorrow. Because I'm a builder.
So today is my birthday, again. And once again, I am far enough away from home so that weirdos can't find out where I live and follow me and take pictures of me through the windows. Anyway, due to my fantastic video editing, I'm going to throw a picture of a map on the screen so I can show you what today's plans are. And I'm going this way, because I've been from Sydney to Melbourne several times, and it's not that fun. So I'm going to do the more interesting coastal route, and hopefully spend the night somewhere on this border between New South Wales and Victoria. And with any luck, I'll survive. It'll be quite interesting. And I won't break down. Because I've got, how many kilometers on this bike? 106,795. So that can be kilometer zero from now. But anyway, when I got this bike, it had 96,000 kilometers on it, and I've done 10,000 kilometers of testing, and nothing's gone wrong. So, fingers crossed, right? Because that always happens. Anyway, nobody wants to see some amazing shots of driving in cities because it's the worst thing you can possibly do. So what I'm going to do is show a few good shots of the journey on the way down, and then we're going to reach a campsite somewhere on the border.
Hey, up here.
Hi.
Are you MAB guy?
Congratulations. You found me.
Well, this is that slightly famous bit of road that goes over the sea, because I think it was the old Pacific Highway, but that fell into the water, so they built this. Or something like that, not the old Pacific Highway. So basically where I am is here, which is that shot that I took on Stanwell Tops about 15 minutes ago. And I would have taken a drone shot to make it look lovely and cinematic, but it's bloody windy, and I'm sure my drone would either end up in that cliff somewhere or on that boat, so I'd rather not lose it on the first day. So now you know.
Now naturally, being New South Wales, it's a little bit bipolar, and as is almost tradition in long distance travelling, it started to rain. A lot. But at least I got to test out my waterproof booty. Anyway, when I got a bit too soggy, I decided to retreat. To the gym. Now, seeing as I definitely worked out for a very long time and didn't just stand in the corner quivering and trying to get warm, it got quite dark. But seeing as it was slightly drier than it was before, I decided to press on to the Victoria border, when the first incident happened.
So it's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Sadly, a small bat just smashed into my windscreen here, squirted a load of blood in my face, and then slid down here when I stopped, landing in my bike beak. So sad. Anyway, as Ozzy Osbourne would say, don't let it go to waste.
Fortunately, there were no more fatalities on this day. But unfortunately, finding a campsite you've never been to, when it's completely dark, is not the easiest thing in the world. So here's to hoping that the second day is a little bit better.
I hope I'm not going to find any Hills Have Eyes monstrosities to eat my eyes in the night. This would be so much easier if it wasn't pitch black. That'll do. Hello, small animal thing.
I'd say this is one of those I should have planned better moments. Because I'm here with crap food, sitting in my pants, in my tent, and I'm wet. Here's my dinner. What a great first night. Good morning, nobody. There was a tragedy in the night. So it turns out my professionally designed bottle holder thing is not so great. And all the coffee spilled out as I was riding because of this little rivet. Still got the annoying sharp bit on it, so I'm gonna have to file that down. Anyway, that's annoying. Breakfast. Thankfully, it was a little bit drier this morning, so I thought I'd try learning a new skill. And this skill is flying a drone while riding a motorbike. Looks pretty successful so far, right? Well, as is tradition with this YouTube channel, drones do not have the best life cycle. And this is no exception. This is what OSHA would call a near miss. And thankfully, the drone lives to fly another day.
Well, I think today is a little bit better than yesterday. I can actually see blue sky. Now I've concluded that the way you deal with suffering through trips like this is to wear yourself out so much that sleeping in your soggy little tent feels like a haven. And I think yesterday I managed that. So all I have to do is keep up the trend, push yourself until you want to die, and then you can crawl into your soggy little pit. Because today I feel fantastic. Even though I've only had coffee and about 2 hours sleep, I don't care. Anyway, seeing as I'm doing this East Coast run south using Anytime Fitness as stops, my next one is in about 250 kilometers. Now people might ask, what's the difference between New South Wales and Victoria? Well, so far the only difference I've noticed is that all the signs are trying to convince you to sleep. Trouble concentrating? Power nap now! Droopy eyes? Power nap now! It's not very nice. Rest and stay alive. Open your eyes. Fatigue kills. Alright, fine, I'll listen. Just a word for the wise. If you're going to be using gyms as shower stops when you're riding your motorbike around the country, never train legs. Because right now I have jelly leg syndrome, and this feels horrendous right now. Anyway, campsite. Hopefully has phone signal. If it doesn't, yep. I guess the good bit about this is that I'm not 5 foot tall and 60 kilograms, so I don't need 3 people to lift up my bike for me. Take that, Ewan McGregor. Right, so I'll be the first to admit I've done quite a bit of dirt biking in my life, not so much touring bike riding. And I used to laugh at the guys who drop them all the time on slightly sandy little corners, like this. But the truth is, it's bloody nails. You've literally got to steer with the rear on a bike that weighs 350 kilos, when I'm used to doing it on a bike that weighs only as much as I do.
And now for the question on all of your minds. Am I faster at putting a tent together in the daylight? Let's find out. Five minutes, 42 seconds. Anyway, nobody cares about setting up tents. This is quite a scenic campsite. So how about you have a gratuitous drone shot? Today's weather is meant to be quite shit. There's a weather warning. Basically, 4 hours from now, it's set to absolutely piss it down with rain, and I'd rather not get stuck in that. So I've done what any hardcore bike traveller would do. I've booked a hotel. However, this hotel is in Sorrento, which is about 4 hours away. Will I make it in time? Let's find out.
Hey Frank, what's going on? This guy's a racist. What?
Come on, guys. Let's go shoot lightning at old people.
Awesome. Hey.
Hey, puppy! You're definitely looking at me. So this weather's meant to be atrocious at about 1 p.m. and I'm expected to arrive at 12:30. But by the looks of it, everything's fine. If this is a false alarm, I'm going to be a bit cross. Latka was the only one. I gotta change it up because I might get a copyright strike. I don't know if that's a thing. She was everything.
Enough!
Just got time for a couple of repairs. This one. And this one. You're about to see why the hotel was a marvelous idea. Previously, on travelling around the world in really inconvenient ways, I started my bike. Got extremely wet, unloaded in the shower, killed a small animal. This, and this. Got chased by clouds.
Hey Frank, what's going on?
I might get a copyright strike.
And whatever that was. You're about to see why the hotel was a marvelous idea. Well, I think it was the best decision I've ever made to stay in a hotel thing last night, because it literally felt like the roof was going to get blown off. It was that heavy. But nobody cares about weather. All I'm saying is I'm glad that I'm dry now, and hopefully it's going to be dry from here on out. So I'm going to get the ferry across, which will save me a bit of time because I don't want to drive through Melbourne. Maybe this will give you a good idea of what it was like last night, considering all the roads are like this now. Delightful. If I get anything wet after all that, I'm going to be a bit cross. Okay. You good there? Nah. Okay.
And has it got a centre stand?
Yeah, it does. You want it on that? Alright. You want it between the poles?
Yeah.
Yeah. And at that, I was banished from the upper deck. So I have to stay here. Anyway, with crap weather following me like a horny dog, I finally made it off the boat and decided that the Great Ocean Road was a good idea. So I did that. Now, even though this is an extremely popular place to visit, if you're travelling west, it's literally the only thing between Melbourne and Adelaide. Which means that once you're done with it, you're going to be bored for a very long time.
This whole tourism thing feels a little bit like when you're a kid at the zoo doing one of those treasure hunts. Everyone's doing it, they're all stopping at the same spots. These cars have passed me about 4 or 5 times because I've been doing it as well. But they'll stop at a place, take a photo, get their clues, and then carry on their journey. It's quite funny to watch.
Anyway, after that, I got a bit bored. Being stuck behind caravans on single-lane roads loses its appeal after a while. So I decided to find a place to stop for the night. And it was about here.
So seeing as I've stopped for the day, I'm going to have to do something about this. Because my panny is a bit bent and that isn't closing properly. But aside from that, the bike's going quite well. But I don't care about that right now, because this is my campsite for the day.
Good morning, nobody. As I pack up my crap today, I'm going to be doing something that I'm objectively against. Being sociable. Now, quite a lot of people have emailed me about this trip and offering to help out, which I think is bloody fantastic. And today I just so happened to be passing by very close to where one of them is. So I figured I'd drop by and say hi, because they offered me food, which is always a good thing to do.
This is getting a little bit rural. I think I'm pretty far west of Victoria right now. I've kind of avoided highways a little bit, mostly because I hate them. But the thing that gets you is not the distance travelled, it's the wind chill from all the wind blasting across the really flat ground. It wouldn't be so bad apart from that. And it's weird, when I stop it's really warm, but as soon as I reach an exposed bit of land, it's fucking freezing. And I've just noticed that lovely looking cloud. You had better not.
One thing to point out is that the drive between Melbourne and Adelaide is not one of the most interesting things you're ever going to do in your life. The more rural it gets, the stranger the people look, and the more you have to worry about whether they've had children with their cousins or not. But fortunately, there are a few interesting things to see along the way.
This is Camperdown. It's literally one street, completely straight, shops on both sides, and that's it. And everyone here looks a bit strange. Let's see this guy. Yep, definitely a serial killer. Street drags. Never seen anything like it in my life. It's just a bit of road, on a main bit of road, that they've closed off and turned into a drag strip. And it's just hilarious. Traction control off. It would be rude not to. Whatever that is in the video. Anyway, calm down. You got a long way to go.
Anyway, finally arrived.
Hello. You must be David. Nice to finally meet you.
I'm not the sort of person to show where someone lives on the internet, or do really awkward things like shove cameras in people's faces, but either way, it was nice to spend the night with some really well-travelled people who have been to some of the places that I intend to go to. So thank you, David. You and your wife are fantastic people, and the door's wide open if you end up in Sydney. Plus, you cook excellent sheep. Anyway, amongst other things, I was told of a fantastic campsite, which is about here. And seeing as there's pretty much nothing from Adelaide to this campsite, I decided to lump it 750 kilometers in a day.
As far as cruising goes, this isn't so bad. I've got that mirror set for when I sit upright. That one set up for when I'm lying down like this. Got my Netflix going, because there's absolutely nothing to see or do around here, and it's going to be like that for the next 4 hours or so. I've got my cruise control, which is nothing more than a threaded bit of crap that stops my throttle from closing. And aside from that, I'm just a passenger. I can sit here quite happily doing nothing.
This is where my lack of ability starts to shine through. On a dirt bike or an enduro bike, you just stand up, put your weight back, and steer with the rear. The front doesn't really do anything. And on a massively heavy bike, this works in theory, but only at high speeds. And if you intend to camp on a beach, inevitably, you have to slow down at some point. And obviously, when there are many other people camping on the beach, as you slow down, your bike digs a trench and you slide off to the side, with everybody watching. But I didn't really care, because I was extremely tired and I know that the next day I have to cross the Nullarbor. But that's a story for another episode.
A bar full of bees.
Bloody hell am I doing here? I'm supposed to be about here right now. So why am I back in the workshop? Well, how else would I be able to do a funny intro? Anyway, I'd better get back to it with teleportation.
That's better. Well, let's not do any more teleporting. Anyway, let's go.
Now today's episode is about the Nullarbor and everything west of it. I'm starting my adventure about here. And my plan is to cross the Nullarbor and enter Western Australia. Now I'm guessing you've probably heard of it, and you've seen lots of lovely videos of people riding through it and having the best time of their lives. Well, let me tell you some harsh realities. Firstly, if you're into phone signal, it ends about here. And you've got a stretch of about 1,200 kilometers that you have to sit through. Thankfully, some of the places you can stop are bloody fantastic, like this one. During trips like these, Netflix can only occupy your attention for a certain amount of time. After this, you have to resort to other things.
I'm a bit bored. I think I need a distraction.
And if that fails, you have to stop and check out every little thing you see, like abandoned houses, full of bees.
It's all fun and games when you're travelling through abandoned houses. But naturally, of course, you're going to stumble across things that are regularly seen in such places. For example, a bath full of bees. Because why wouldn't there be one of those? This is one of those emergency airstrips with bottle of piss. How did anyone piss that much? What the fuck? Anyway, better take off. Call me morbid, right? That's a fucking body for sure. Oh, what the fuck?
Now for some reason, Western Australia thinks that it's its own country, and it's got a border crossing where they check you for fruit and nuts like little monkeys. It's a bit cute, you should try it out.
Hello, good, thank you. How you doing? No, I just got some tin stuff. This is one of those decisions I'll probably live to regret, because I just took a random side path that looked like it went towards the coast, and it's gone on forever, and it's become tiny little roads like this. So I'm gonna trust the process and find out where it goes, because that's what this trip's all about. I think this'll do me for tonight. This sounds already horrible as it is, and if I carry on further, you end up with that horrible powdery white stuff which I've got absolutely no chance in. So this is almost like the end of the road with a perfect little cutout. So I'm gonna sleep there.
At this stage, I was frankly bored. All the roads look exactly the same, you can't really go to the coast, you can't see the sea. So I decided to just lump it and do the most kilometers I've ever done in a single day on a motorbike. Today, I travelled 850 kilometers. This was from Sejuna to Norseman.
Nudini must be famous for its disappearing cows. Well, there are no cows anywhere to be seen, so I guess the legends are true. There's literally nothing here. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And it makes you appreciate the exciting things in life, like corners.
During this trip, I've managed to lose a total of 2 phones. The first one fell out of its holder in New South Wales, and the second one fell out of its holder on a perfectly flat road in front of a road train. So thanks, road train, for swerving to hit it. Anyway, I'd just booked a hotel about half an hour before in Kalgoorlie. And every town I'd passed in the last 1,200 kilometers has been a street with one motel. And as such, Without a phone, it was next to impossible to find, because Kalgoorlie is actually a really established town. But either way, if you're going to do something like this, bring spares. I thought I'd treat myself today with a $75 hotel. And this is considering I'd done about 850 kilometers in a single day, and I felt like I was going to die. So I thought, oh, I'm not going to sleep in a tent tonight. So this is what I found. Welcome to my crib. I know it kind of looks like it's been lived in, because it has been, because this is the morning. But anyway, today hopefully I will end up in Perth. And then I'll be able to load my bike onto a thing. And I'm actually really glad I did this part of the trip in Australia rather than just shipping it from Sydney, because I have found so much stuff that I could easily get rid of. Almost this entire thing is full of little bits of crap that I thought I might need, including stupid shit like a waterproof bag. So I can free up all that space and loads of other stuff. And this one's about half as full as it was. So I'm pretty happy with that. The only other thing I have to do is figure out a proper phone mount, because this one decided to drop 2 phones on the way here. One of them was on a pretty bumpy road, so I thought, oh, it's understandable. But the other one was literally going down a highway, and my spare phone fell out of the holder, and I'm pretty sure the road train behind me swerved a little bit to run over the phone. So now it's in many bits. So now I have to add 2 new phones to the shopping list of things I have to get, and that's not cheap. And in the meantime, while my bike is going to be at sea, which is about a month, I'll be able to figure out something better to hold it in place. Because that phone holder was ripped off in a rage and thrown somewhere. I wonder who by.
I love this marsupial pouch. It's the best invention. Thank you, Alpine Stars. How does a car even get over there? Don't desperately want to drop anything because there could be snakes here. Well, this is probably a really stupid idea. What on earth are you doing? Soft sand. Well, that was surprisingly okay. Might be getting better at this off-road thing. Famous last words. There's nothing else here. I just wanted to look at this broken car. Now I've got to hope I can actually get out of here. Okay, less boredom trips. Back to road stuff.
Now thankfully things get a bit more civilized as you head towards Perth. But not until you're almost there. But eventually I got to the place where I had to deliver the bike.
So this is the last 5 kilometers of the trip. And as you can see, I don't know if you can see, I've done 400 kilometers to this tank with a fuel economy of 5.6 litres per 100. And I've been told that I need to deliver this bike with as little fuel in it as possible. So what I've done is, because right now is the time where I would be thinking I should fill up really soon, otherwise I'm stranded. So I have put 5.6 litres of fuel in the bike to give me an extra 100 kilometres of range. So that'll give me a bit of time to go to Perth and do some errands and, I don't know, things. And then I'll be able to drop it off and hopefully have enough to get to a fuel station in South Africa when the bike arrives.
So I dismantled it as best I could and said my goodbyes.
but the thing is they don't allow motorbikes, cars inside.
Welcome
to Jurassic Park.
No. Welcome to South Africa. Because that's where I am right now. But where's my bike? Let me show you. Thanks to the lovely weather we're having in Cape Town right now, my bike is unable to be unloaded. So what to do in the meantime? Well, I walked around a bit. Then I walked around a bit some more. Contemplated life. Contemplated life in the dark. Shot some things with a pistol. Visited the definitely not stolen goods market, where they definitely don't murder old ladies for their teeth. Shoot some things with shotguns. Buy some defense. Contemplate swimming to get your bike off the boat. And visit really weird obscure car shows. I actually have no idea what is going on here. This person's car made a buzzing noise and then everybody clapped. Probably a South African thing.
Unload my bike, you bastards. I wonder which one of those it is.
Anyway, something finally happened. Today's the day.
Today is the day!
Yeah, no, it look good, huh?
When's your
Motorbiker collection.
I don't know how good it is to see this again.
Now, seeing as I finally have the bike, and I have some marvellous hair and terrible facial hair growth, because I've been stuck here for 3 weeks, I now have the fun job of putting all of this stuff into that and that. I also got a replacement phone holder, because as you may or may not remember, mine was executed in Western Australia because it destroyed 2 of my phones. But spoiler for future episodes, this one sucks too.
So firstly, what have I learned about my last experience? Get a phone mount that actually does what it's supposed to do. In theory. If it doesn't work, I'm suing. And secondly, Africa time is a real thing. Never expect to get anywhere on time. Anyway, let's go. Now I've been purposely not seeing very much as I've been stuck in Cape Town for 3 weeks or so. And this is because I want to see stuff by bike. So I've ticked a few boxes. I've had my first South African beer with a fine gentleman named Shulk. And here's one of the things that's quite impressive about Cape Town. Anywhere you go, you can basically look south and there's that monolith looming over you. So I'm going to go up there as far as I can, which apparently isn't very far.
Now my plan for leaving Cape Town is something like this. Cape of Good Hope, because it's right there, so I may as well, and then camp in various places up to the Botswana border. But before all that, I wanted to do Prince Alfred's Pass, because it looks quite interesting. So that's what I'm going to do. Now who would have guessed that Cape of Good Hope was a tourist hotspot? But a load of people on BMWs showed up, seemingly too far away from the nearest Starbucks.
You're a bit far from Starbucks.
I also got my photo taken with a little old Chinese lady. I have no idea who she is, but she asked for her photo to be taken, so I obliged.
Why are you there?
I don't think these are the best places to be, don't you think? You little weird monkey people things.
Now, in my ever-ending quest to try and be sociable, I made contact with Moving Pictures Africa because we watch each other's videos. Like school kids that fancy each other. Anyway, you should check out their channel. It's the same sort of standard as the BBC, but without all the scandals. And it also results in stunning pictures, like this. Anyway, after this, got a little bit late, found a campsite, was wet. Here's how the morning went.
Good morning, nobody. As is tradition,
Canadian Prince now dipping his arms into the pudding, as is tradition.
It absolutely hammered it down with rain yesterday, and I thought I was smart by staying in this place. And I had a load of water running down here. But I decided to get up in the middle of the night and move my boots slightly. And by the time I got back, they were full of water. So today I'll be learning how to fix my own mistakes from our Lord and Saviour, Charlie Borman. Brought to you by Coles. Crunchy.
So this bit of road yesterday was like nothing I can really describe. It is truly the most slippery thing I've ever ridden on. And I'm guessing after yesterday's rain, it's going to be 10 times worse. And now there's loads of people around to watch me fail. I mean, already I can feel the front wheel kind of snaking away underneath me. If I put on my brakes, I'm going on the floor, and if I accelerate hard, I'm going on the floor. So I have to try very hard to not go on the floor. And the potholes don't really help. This is vile. And I don't really feel like deadlifting a 300+ kilogram bike first thing in the morning. I almost guarantee on camera this just looks like a normal road, but it ain't. Can't even really describe what this road is made of. It's almost like sponge. Today's plan is there, and I'm going through George to a place called and then I'm going to go north through Prince Alfred's Pass from there, because I looked online and it looks quite good. So that's the plan. So let's teleport there. Fuck, that one's a bit scary. But the further down you get, the worse the road gets.
Now, seeing as I'm continuing my journey with extremely soggy boots, I decided to do one of the largest mountain passes in the world, which is Prince Alfred's Pass. But it's a little bit spectacular. You'll do anything ranging from riding across mountain ridges to riding in the bottom of valleys with waterfalls and other weird things.
What to expect with this, because I've been riding along this sort of road for the last 20 kilometers. This is actually the best it's been. It's been like I've been riding up mysterious rivers and rocks, and it's been a bit horrible. And then suddenly it opens up to this.
But eventually, you come out the other side, and as it's starting to get dark, you have to find a place to stay for the night. So I chose this place.
Oh, hello.
Well, how's this for a weird turn of events? I've arrived at my weird little hostel thing, and there's nothing here but dogs. So, assuming no owners turn up, will you settle down?
both of you, you weirdos. I'm going to camp in the car park because I don't really have any other options right now. And if someone shows up, but if not, weird. Now, as it would pan out, this is one of the most friendly and accommodating places you can ever imagine. The owner ended up coming back at around 10 PM, and was honestly one of the most excellent people I've ever met. She gave me a load of contacts about people who I can meet along the way and places to visit, as well as filling me up with food and coffee in the morning. Now, unfortunately, when I left on this trip, the people of Sudan have decided that they don't like each other or other people and decided to cause a big political ruckus. This causes problems for my visas. So I have to visit embassies, and I'm choosing to go to the one in Pretoria. And seeing as there isn't all that much between here and Pretoria, I'm going to lump this trip over a couple of days and just get straight there. Now, somewhere along this route, I got pulled over by the police. But this wasn't like being pulled over by the police in Australia. I didn't leave with a fine or any funky coloured stickers on my vehicle. Instead, I left with the WhatsApp number of the Chief of Police, because he had a broken down tractor in his village. Now, unfortunately, his village was about 400 kilometers in the wrong direction, so I said I'd try to help him fix it via WhatsApp. Here's how that went. Just to get you up to speed, the tractor had a problem with its power steering pump. So, this is the power steering pump, and this is given oil from a little reservoir up here. So there are two things that I think could be wrong with this pump, well, three actually. Firstly, no oil, and the other one is that this shaft could be damaged. So he replied, I sent him this. There's nothing returning. You can say that the pump is either broken or this shaft is causing the problem. He replied with this. Needless to say, he got it fixed, but it was nothing to do with any of the communication that we had together. Good morning, nobody. I stayed in Blem last night in a place called Tom's Place because it was bloody freezing and I didn't really want to set up a tent. Anyway, I'd better pack that thing and head towards Johannesburg. It was also at this point I realised that I needed to service my bike, because I hadn't done it since Sydney. So if you're watching, hotel owner, thanks for letting me use your garage, even though you didn't know exactly what I was going to use it for. You would not believe how long it took me to find this. And upon my arrival in Pretoria, this is where I introduce Jeff. Now, me and Jeff had planned to travel together. But Jeff is dramatic, and Jeff is underprepared. Jeff doesn't have a motorbike yet. But he assured me that when I arrived, he would have had one by then. Jeff didn't have a bike by then. I was going to say declined. So instead, we had mincy little coffee beers together, and I carried on ahead of him, with the assurance that he'd only be a couple of days behind. But we'll get to that later, maybe in another episode. Anyway, embassies in Africa are exactly as hopeless as the ones in Australia, meaning they're only open every second Sunday as long as it's a leap year. And I've been waiting in Pretoria for the last few days for a day that they're actually open.
I actually forgot I was making a weird documentary thing. This is Pretoria. I've been here for about 4 days. Mostly because it was the weekend and I was trying to wait for all the embassies to open so I could visit Sudan and Ethiopia. Because of this horrible delay, my 30-day visa is probably going to expire before I get to Ethiopia, so I've got to renew that one. And I went yesterday. It's now Tuesday, and I couldn't do anything yesterday because the 9 to 5 working day does not exist in this country. So they work 9 to 12, and I missed that by about 20 minutes. So I'm going to go and try again today. Good morning. Can I come in to renew a visa? Hey, I'm trying to renew a visa. Is it possible to come in just to park my bike and then I can sort this out?
Now, I visited 2 embassies, Ethiopia and Sudan. and I think I was there for a total of 5 minutes. To be told, visas aren't given anymore, and do it online. What a waste of a few days. Anyway, to the Botswana border.
So once again, I forgot to do a video. I forgot to let you know how the embassy's thing went. And it was exactly as you'd expect by an embassy, from my experience anyway. I go to the Sudan embassy and they tell me that the guy's not available to talk to, so I'd have to wait a week. Not prepared to do that. I go to renew my Ethiopian visa because thanks to the delays in Cape Town and the visa only lasting 30 days, it's pretty much going to expire as soon as I arrive at the border. Anyway, I'm almost at Gaborone. That's in Botswana. You can see it there. That means that this pretty much concludes this episode in South Africa. Tune in next time for more things that haven't happened yet.
Good morning, and welcome to News for Absolute Idiots. In today's news, there have been influxes of reports of people wearing salmon shirts that look more pink than they should. Also, there are riots worldwide about the amount of YouTube shorts uploaded to this channel. We're getting an urgent report. I'm in Zambia. With such breaking news, we need to cut to our field reporter. Field reporter me.
Thanks, me. I'm currently on my way to your location as we speak. But here's how I got here. Bye! So now that that's out of the way, back to you, hotel-dwelling me.
I hate that guy anyway, what an absolute idiot.
I can smell you getting off the yellow.
Apologies. Now for the actual video. Now in the last episode, I left you at the Botswana border. And since then, I got through. As far as borders go, it's not so bad. In fact, it's very smooth sailing.
And on that note, I am in Botswana.
And I spent the night in Gaborone. But spoiler alert, I didn't really spend that much time in Botswana, which is why I'm covering 2 countries in this video. And this spot was great because of the weird furry visitors in the night.
Meow. I'm sure you don't want to come in here.
And in the morning, I made my way to Nata, because that's where things start to get more interesting.
They're so polite. Look at you, letting me go, you little cutie. So cows know how to safely cross the road, apparently. Yeah, just casually an elephant, as you do.
I'm beginning to quite like this place. Here's my little road stop for the day. Got my lunch. Got my little loaf of bread. Cost me 5 pula, which is like, I don't know, 30 cents. And I quite like it. And I think that's elephant poo. So we're getting close.
See if the BMW can keep up with 10 cylinders of glory. Not really is the answer. Now today is hopefully the last day of highway nonsense for a while. Because I'm leaving Francistown, which is here, and I'm going here to stay here. And then afterwards I'm taking a slight detour to a place that I should or shouldn't do, probably shouldn't, but I'm going to do it anyway, because it looks interesting. So anyway, the place I'm staying is Elephant Sands something or other hotel. You can see it right now. And I'm going to be doing Hunter's Road, which is apparently a bit of a detour that I'm probably going to have to do some wild camping along, but if you're watching this, I didn't get eaten anyway, so calm yourselves.
Hi, narrator me again. Now, Elephant Sands was recommended by Rob from Moving Pictures Africa, and I've got to say, best place I ever stayed. However, the driveway is an absolute bloody nightmare on a 350 kilogram motorbike. So after many deadlifts, I eventually made it to the campsite and set up my hovel for the night. And it's only after this that you realise how awesome the place actually is. There's just elephants roaming around, not really caring about these idiots camping in their home. And on some occasions, they'll even come and basically sit next to you around the campfire. Now, it was here that I met an absolutely mental Italian. This guy was riding from Cape Town to Italy on a bicycle. And that's not even the worst part. There was another cyclist in this place doing almost the same thing. Anyway, if you're there, stay at this place. It's awesome. And the following morning, I had to tackle the disgraceful sandy driveway in reverse.
Welcome to some of the most hideous sand driving I've ever had to do. On the way in, I was down there, which is like more than ankle deep, powdery, horrible sand. So I almost gave myself a hernia picking the bike up about 20 times. So on the way out, I'm taking the slightly more sensible option, which is more rocky and hideous, but less powdery sand shit. But it's still more unstable than your psychopathic girlfriend, as beautiful as she may be. But such is life. I've decided to put the camera on just to record these horrible incidents, and no doubt this is going to be the only time I haven't dropped the bike. But you can probably see some of my skid marks there. Oh shit.
Now in post-production, I'm going to take the opportunity to pause this part here. Does this look familiar, Jeff?
Vile. Oh, hello, whatever you are. Don't distract me or I'll fall. See, at this point I'm asking myself, why didn't I take this road in the first place? This is 1,000 times easier. This is a drop zone. The good thing about this is that I don't really feel bad about my abilities anymore, because there was a guy who spoke Afrikaans and he told me they have a nickname for the GS bikes, and I can't remember the name, but he basically said it means not sand. I'll wait here for you, because I don't want to drop myself in front of this and embarrass myself.
On the way to Hunter's Road after Elephant Sands, I saw an Italian silhouette on the horizon.
Well, here's a familiar face. My friend! Yeah, grab on. Yeah, you... No, hold on.
Oh, my friend.
He's the only guy I've ever heard say, Mamma Mia, Anna Raya.
Now this carried on for about 50 kilometers. For the first time in history, an Italian was not going to be behind schedule today, but I had to let him go and turn into the entrance of Hunter's Road.
So this looks like the beginning of the Hunter's Road that runs across the border of Botswana. And everyone's told me that doing it on this bike is a stupid idea. And it's not that I don't believe them, it's just that I want to see it for myself. So obviously, they said it's really sandy. If I was struggling with what I was doing just now, then they said there's no chance. And it's hundreds of kilometers of it apparently. And already, yeah, it looks like they're right. Which is very unfortunate, because I had a lot of high hopes for this trek. Because you can do some wild camping, you'll see elephants and lions and things that'll munch your eyeballs. We'll see. I'll stop when it gets too difficult.
Now Hunter's Road basically runs along the Botswana-Zimbabwe border, all the way up to the border crossing. And seeing as you're riding very slowly, in areas where many wild animals live, you have to be a little bit careful. But unfortunately there were parts of this road that were pretty much impossible on a bike of this size. So towards the end I had to cut back across to the main highway and carry on up to the border.
I think this is like top 10 places you're more likely to get eaten by a lion or break down. This is fucking crazy. Every single person you see are these fixers that are trying to get your money for helping you do the visa. And everything I've talked about makes it seem like a very easy visa.
Also it should be. The fact is, this should be a very easy crossing, but it's made a million times harder by all these fixers swarming you to try and confuse you.
I'm good, thank you. How are you? I don't want to waste your time. I don't need a fixer for this. I know it's an okay border. Sorry? That's fine, I've got time. Sorry? Yeah, I've got everything I need. I don't need help. I don't need help, it's fine. I'm very sure I've got everything. Everything. I have everything.
They'll give you fake information to try and make you make a mistake so that you need their help. So if you're planning on crossing this border, don't listen to anyone else except the people in the ticket booths. Because if you do that, it's quite easy to cross.
And in case you hadn't realized, that took a while.
I'm stealing, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So over these last few days, my finger has been getting increasingly painful, and it's swollen to about double the size that it normally is. And I think I've got some kind of infection in it or something. So I think once I get to camp today, I'm going to have to do something about it. With knives!
It's cheese. Don't worry, I'm having lunch. I'm not a sicko.
So last night I stayed in probably the worst hotel I've ever stayed in my life. toothpaste chin. But it cost me the same as about 2 Newtown coffees. Anyway, as I was thrashing around in the night, this happened. That's not the name of this hotel. Now the thing I'm liking about these countries is this. You can just park your bike like that and they don't care. In Australia, they'd have a hissy fit. Now it's time for a lesson in how to survive when you've only got foreign plugs. It's almost like they do that for a reason.
Hey, how are you?
I'm not fine.
You're not fine?
Yeah.
Why not?
Now some of these police checkpoints, you have to be a bit careful.
Oh no.
I was told I was getting a fine for
me
being
or
too
them?
close to the car in front at the checkpoint. But when you ask to speak to her boss, it miraculously becomes okay to be on my way. Let's bring you up to speed on the story so far. I began my journey with a jump cut, before finally getting on my bike and leaving Sydney, on the long ride from Australia to England. After getting rained on a lot and killing a small bat, I drank excessive amounts of coffee and rode off into the sunset several times. After falling over a little bit, and then a little bit more, I made it across the Nullarbor, without much going wrong, apart from losing 2 phones and finding a body. However, I finally got from Sydney to Perth, jumped on a boat, and was promptly jailed in Cape Town for 3 weeks. Eventually, I was released, and got to cawing at monkeys on my way up the continent of Africa. After passing through some amazing mountain passes and defending myself from the most friendly of dogs, I encountered a Jeff before helping an Italian deliver his pizzas on time. Once in Zambia, I participated in murder before blaming it on elephants, and escaping through lion-infested territory I was specifically told to avoid, before performing roadside surgery on myself and being accosted by some dodgy police. Now that you're all up to speed, it's time for our feature presentation. I'm still in Zambia. For now. Today, I've decided to visit Victoria Falls. And this is because I'm going to be there anyway, so why not? And this is at a point where Zambia meets Zimbabwe. And in the pursuit of tourism, it's the most slack border you're ever going to encounter in your life. I was allowed through to see the waterfall from the other side, without even showing my passport. But there's a catch. You're going to be followed the entire time by people trying to get money from you.
So Victoria Falls has basically become, well it always has been, a over-commercialized bullshit place. And I mean, I'm not going to go and pay to see a waterfall. I have my own plans for this place, and I'm going to get better shots than anyone else here.
And on that note, I hid like a coward and flew my drone over the waterfall. Sadly, I had to have a mini panic attack, because my drone didn't quite have the range to get out to the waterfall. So this is as good as it got. And when combined with my Zimbabwe side footage, I'd say it's good enough.
That's weird, my bike just cut out for a bit. What the hell happened there? Well, here's some foreshadowing. I'm about to have engine problems. Most likely, injectors or fuel quality. So I'm sure this is going to happen very soon. Skip to the breakdown. Well, there we go. That was the breakdown. I don't think it would be something stupid like a breather issue causing a vacuum in the pump. Possibly, there was a bit of a hiss. And there goes my trust in the bike. Simple as that. I'm pretty sure it's the fuel tank breather, must be blocked or something. Because when I open the fuel tank, a hiss comes out, which means that there's a vacuum in there as the fuel goes out, and it could be putting a bit of strain on the pump, who knows, but yeah, either way. It's not a completely dead bike, so I'll have to limp it somewhere. Let's hope I can limp it for the rest of the tank of fuel, and then see if I can find a better fuel station that's not going to have shitty quality fuel. And then obviously I'll check the breather, but yeah, it's definitely fuel related because there's no backfiring and it just seems to like cut in and out. So yeah, injectors or fuel or something wrong with the tank. Until next time, breakdowns.
So I think what's happened is I've got a bit of shitty fuel in this bike, and for some reason they have a fully internal filter in the fuel pump, which is in there. It's out, but you can't really see it. So I have drained all the fuel out of my fuel tank while putting negative 12 volts on the pump so it runs in reverse to hopefully blast some of the crap out of the filter, if that even is the problem. There's a fuel station like there, so you know, I'm just going to push it to the fuel station afterwards and fill it up again, hopefully with fresh fuel. And I've also gone to the effort of clearing out the breather in the fuel tank. So with any luck, that'll fix everything caused by that ruckus.
Just randomly stopping to buy a SIM card. And I made myself a little Chinese traveller buddy. And he's funny, he's travelling around on a Honda 150 and he's done pretty much the same trip as me, but he's complaining about how he can only do 80 kilometers an hour on the highway. He says it's not fair. And he's got short legs, so he can't ride a BMW. Don't do that.
After we parted ways, I continued north to the Tanzania border. And this is described by locals as mostly highways. But these are not highways in the typical sense. The speed limit is 120. So you'll be travelling at 120 kilometers an hour for most of the time. Then all of a sudden, a 30 centimeter deep pothole will randomly appear.
This road is literally full of potholes. Some of them I've seen are about a foot deep, and if you hit any of them, it's going to be horrible. I'm sure like any camera things, these all look 2D, but yeah. I've hit a couple of them and it's bloody unpleasant. If I wasn't paying attention, it could throw you off quite easily. That.
Or the road will suddenly disappear with no warning and become rocky, sandy, muddy rubbish. Or there'll be no road at all. It's entirely a gamble. And it's somewhere around this time you start seeing extremely destroyed trucks at the side of the road. And this is one of the worst ones I saw. I took a look at it and immediately thought no one could have possibly survived this crash. And then as I stopped, two guys came out, one of which was the driver. The driver was completely unharmed. And I don't really see how that's even possible.
You can't park there. If any of you Australian truckers thinks you have a hard time. Compared to these guys, you're absolute fucking. I can imagine it now, you'd be like, fucking cunt mate, up in.
This is the point where PTSD kicked in from my last border experience at Zambia. And after reading about other people's experiences at this border, I've decided to avoid it and go for a completely out of the way rural border that's hopefully going to be a lot easier. So I'm going to get to here and hope for the best. But it's halfway along this route change, I realise that it's not just trucks that are crashing. Now, being rural roads, there's not that much in the way of fuel stations. And this is the first case of fuel range anxiety that I got on this trip. I know that if I reach 512 kilometers, my bike will stop. And I've already gone this far. And this is how far I have to go before there's a fuel station on the map.
I'll be brutally honest, I'm actually going to be quite glad to leave Zambia. I mean, it's a wonderful place and everything, but all of this is in the pursuit of having an easy border crossing, because the main border crossing on the main road is apparently an absolute bloody nightmare, and I'm going to this out-of-the-way little obscure one through all these horrendous toll roads to try and get a bit of an easy time with it, and not have to travel through about 20 different buildings to get my carnet stamped. So I'm almost at my hostel place for the night in about another 50 kilometers. So, yes, I'll be at the border tomorrow.
And so I want to get about it and step outside and I stick a deeper and a deep real high and I see the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? I'm the second. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing, boss? You're gonna kill me with your shit driving skills.
You probably can't see it on this camera, but all this crazy cunt stuff that I have to deal with. Everyone driving fucking directly at you at 100 kilometers an hour. You have to dive out the way. It's absolutely insane.
Anyway, I didn't have to walk. The border was fantastic. It took about 45 minutes, and the guy running it looked exactly like Jamie Foxx.
This has got to be one of the more funny border crossings I've done. I was down here just a minute ago to get stamped out of Zambia, and they didn't care. They just wanted to talk about football and say how England's going to lose the World Cup, but I don't care about football, so it doesn't bother me. And then I come up here and it's just like chickens, everything. I wish every border was like this one. This is hilarious. Well, that was one of the much more excellent borders I think I've crossed. It was just like so relaxed. There weren't many people there. Everyone there is kind of friendly, talking about their stuff and, you know, sharing their travels. And then you go into the offices, nobody really cares. I'll put a picture up of my e-visa that got me into the country, because the guy said his computer was down, and I said, oh, you know, I don't have it because it's an e-visa. I just wrote down the dates in the back of my notebook. And he was like, oh, that's fine, as long as I've got the dates, don't worry. And then they sent me into a little corner shop to pay for whatever it is. I think it's road tax or some kind of, you know, backhander, but who knows. And then I come out and there's like children all over my motorbike, like this.
Oi mate, come over here, come check this out. What does this say? This guy is a dickhead.
And then as soon as I go up, they start calling me something. I assume it means, ha ha, stupid white man. But yeah. And then one of them cried. So it was instant justice. So of all the things you decide to camouflage yourself as, you camouflage yourself as a banana to hide in the road, where you sit there doing your dance. You're about to be killed by a car. Silly boy.
In case you hadn't guessed it, from this point on, there are no roads.
So there are several times on this trip where I ask myself, what the bloody hell are you doing? I'm riding with no helmet, because you don't have to in this country. What do you think of that, mother? This road is a bit disgraceful. There'll be tarmac for like a kilometre, and then it'll just turn into this stuff. And my bike is like vibrating apart. I've lost one of the bolts on the other side, so my handguard there, it's just flapping up and down. Feels like the whole bike's going to shake itself to pieces. But I just saw some giraffes, so you're going to have an obligatory drone shot.
Now, as it turns out, I was riding through a national park, and drone flying is extremely illegal in national parks. So for the purposes of this video, this is an extremely good edited video that was not shot in a national park. However it may seem. Anyway, I'd bothered this creature enough by flying an annoying little buzzy thing around its head, so after this, I left it alone and carried on my merry way.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Would you by any chance have a bolt for my handlebars? I guess not. So when I was planning this, I look at the map and I see this gap, and I thought, oh, Google Maps hasn't loaded. But no,
It's just no road.
The thing I think is the most amazing about all of this is how drastically different everything gets as soon as you cross a border. I mean, I've dealt with the last 3 days of just kind of open ground and monotonous terrain, and then as soon as you cross the border, you're into this with all these mountains and, you know, trees and windy little roads like this, and yeah, it's like entering a different Minecraft biome every time.
Oh look, a skinny cow.
Eventually the road started reappearing in bits and pieces, so I was able to do a bit more than like 50 kilometers an hour for a while. This was a good thing.
Just thought I'd have a break on the way to Arusha because I haven't eaten for a few days. Because I haven't really liked the look of the food. I mean, you go to all these places that are cooking the stuff and all the meat has flies all over it. And I figured I'd rather not get sick when I'm travelling, because having an exploding arsehole while you're riding a motorbike for a long time is not ideal. So here I am. Got my Pringles. Here's a fun fact. You didn't dream it, Pringles tubes have got smaller, because this is one of the ones I remember as a kid. Sort yourself out, Pringles. Well, so much for quad lock. I'm sure it's easily repairable and it'll just pop back together, but I mean, still far from ideal considering I paid $300 fucking for the thing.
Okay, so that was the bit across the river, just seeing some naked guy washing himself.
After all that mental trauma, I hit some actual proper roads. And this allowed me to relax a little bit as I headed towards Arusha. So far the route I've taken looks something like this. I entered that weird little border, headed towards strangely named towns, and then cut across here in the general direction of Arusha. But this is where I'm going to leave you today, after I got my first view of Mount Kilimanjaro. I think I should go up there. Maybe it'll happen in the next episode. Who knows? I know, I did. Let's bring you up to speed on what happened in the last episode. I visited a rock that came to life, who predicted that I would break down. I did. It also gave me superpowers that allowed me to destroy trucks using thought alone.
You can't park there.
And trains. I then crossed from Zambia to Tanzania using my newfound abilities.
And then I come up here and it's just like chickens.
Where the roads disappeared and I did dangerous things.
I'm riding with no helmet, because you don't have to in this country.
Finally, I called on my inner Eliza Thornberry and charmed some giraffes with a drone, before going full visor down and heading towards Mount Kilimanjaro. You are now up to date. This is the episode. Now, seeing as I'm now riding in the direction of Mount Kilimanjaro, I've decided to stay at a town called Arusha, which is about 200 kilometers away from here. And this is where things start to finally fall into perspective. If I'm 200 kilometers away from Arusha, and Arusha is this far away from Mount Kilimanjaro, then the mountain is absolutely massive. Actually, it's not, because that's not Mount Kilimanjaro. I thought it was, but it's not. Anyway, fast forward a little bit, and now you can actually see Kilimanjaro. There's no hiding mistakes here. Anyway, that's an explore for tomorrow. For now, I'm going to stay in a hotel in Arusha, where things get a little bit weird.
So after all that drama, I'm the only person staying in this whole hotel in Arusha. It's quite tragic, really.
They do, however, make you sign in for security purposes. In this case, they ask which tribe you're from. Naturally, I obliged by telling them.
So this is a 4-person elevator, apparently. Very intimate. final thing about this hotel room is everything seems to be just a little bit off, including the bathroom. Anyway, I survived. I wasn't killed by ghosts or random murderers. And I decided to see how far you can ride a motorbike up Mount Kilimanjaro, even though you're not supposed to.
Starting to get right into the clouds now. I'm hoping I'm able to ride above them so I can actually see something, because of all the days I decide to climb the mountain, it decides to be the cloudiest day I've had in the last 3 weeks or so. So yeah, I think another few kilometers, maybe 10, and I might be above the clouds, and then I'll be able to see what's there. Because at the moment I'm going to the Sharia camp, or however you pronounce it, because that's apparently the highest place you can actually ride to. Even though the further up you go, the worse the roads are getting. I mean, this is like sandy, loose, soily crap. I mean, I'm actually glad it's quite a humid and moist day, because this stuff would be powdery and horrible otherwise. I mean, right now, I don't know if you can hear, my back wheel is spinning most of the way up. It probably looks like nothing on, oh, I don't know. How the fuck would you get a car up here? It's pronounced Shira Camp, by the way. I don't know where I got the Sharia thing from, but yeah, I just literally looked down at the maps and it's right there in front of me. So yes, pretend I said that. And then you come to the top of this hill. I know I'm not at the camp yet, but look at this.
Now, as I got closer to the mountain and the Shira camp, I managed to sneak through a gate that wasn't being guarded properly and make my way further up the mountain than you're actually supposed to go. And in situations like these, I'll always go equipped with the plausible deniability in hand. Oh, I didn't know I wasn't allowed up here, sorry. But it allowed me to get the bike so much further than I would have otherwise. For free, and allowed for this amazing drone shot. Sadly, driving a motorbike illegally with one hand on very rough terrain, while flying a drone, inevitably results in some near misses.
There's nothing quite like illegal drone shots to get the adrenaline going, especially when there's rangers passing through here at 1 billion kilometers an hour every 10 minutes. So I had to sort of do my timing right, wait until one goes past, quickly get my drone out. But I am going to self-gratify myself. That was a bloody awesome shot. Anyway, I'm about 10 kilometers away from this Shira site. So I'll go there, take some photos, see what it's like, see if there's any people I can talk to about it who've just either come off the mountain or about to go up. And then it's off to Kenya.
When I got to this campsite, this is where I met Emmanuel, and he's one of the Sherpas, for want of a better word, and he was the most friendly and excellent guy I've met, randomly, on the side of a mountain. But he was waiting for a tour group, so he offered to take me up a little bit of the mountain. Didn't ask for anything, just did it to be friendly, which is extremely rare in this country.
You can say maybe Emmanuel. Yeah. Kilimanjaro is more simple to climb. So you have to come and climb to the top of Kilimanjaro.
Oh, but that was Emmanuel. He was a great guy. He wanted to take me up just to see, you know, the first bit of the mountain. He didn't have to, but he was a great guy, so he told me that sadly that bit of the mountain is not the highest you can get to by vehicle, it's the other side. So that's another testament to how sadly inaccurate Google can be. But you know, I'm sure I'll come back another time before I die, and then I'll climb it properly. But until then, yeah, that was pretty phenomenal. So now what I'm going to do is head a little bit north around the side of the mountain once I get back to the main road, and then I'll be able to hopefully cross the border into Kenya this afternoon if it's not too late. So I'm guessing that'll take me between 2 or 3 hours. Don't know what time it is now, let's have a look. 1:11. So yeah, if it takes me 2 hours, I'll be there at about 3. And yeah, hopefully it's not a difficult one because I don't really want to deal with that today. Yeah.
Now apparently, my escapade did not go unnoticed, and I ended up talking to another travelling couple who wanted to do the same thing I did. But unfortunately they weren't quite as lucky. Word travels, and apparently a few days later, they were keeping an eye out for foreign vehicles moving in the area trying to do what I was doing. Here's their experience.
Hello Matt, how are you?
Hi Matt, how you doing? We hope you're well and enjoying Kenya.
We did it, but we passed on the way there.
Obviously, a motorbike, it's
less visible.
Also
because there are a lot of bikers going back and forward.
So basically, it was not one gate, but there were 2 gates, one a bit on the top and one before. So basically, on the way back, they saw us, and the second gate they locked it.
They locked it, and they told us to
go back and pay the fee and everything. So luckily we
managed to
get away.
To speak with them and managed to get away with just a tip.
But it was very close to get into the police, and it was getting serious.
And it was very close to get into trouble, and. I think they will start to lock the gate.
So I think also they remember you because they made some assumptions. I heard them talking, but now with us also we did this also, and I think from now onwards they will be more careful, especially if they see a foreign vehicle. So the reason why I'm saying this, again, we are very thankful. We have some beautiful photos and memories. But if somebody shoot us,
somebody else will get into trouble.
Maybe don't tell them because they will be more careful. So especially if now during this time of the year, which is high season. But thank you so much. We really hope that your travels are going well. And talk to you soon.
So basically, don't drive your vehicle up Mount Kilimanjaro. I've ruined it for all of you. Anyway, it's time to head in the direction of the Kenya border.
I appear to be lost. I wonder what road I'm on.
Now in Kenya, it's very illegal for foreigners to be in the possession of drones. And being caught with this as I pass through the border is not in my interests. Now being the problem-solving individual that I am, I chose to just fly my drone about 500 meters past the border and pick it up once I'd passed through.
Well, it is official. I am now an international smuggler. Now I've got to go and try and find my drone.
In the last episode, I climbed a mountain before almost crashing into said mountain, and meeting a friendly wizard at the top. He told me tales of fantastic bathroom planning and made me grow to 4 times the size so I could barely fit into an elevator. I then made my escape into Kenya. You are now up to date.
Well, it is official. I am now an international smuggler. Now I've got to go and try and find my drone.
Now, as you all definitely remember from previous episodes, I said this about Ethiopia and Sudan.
So this is going to be one of those deal with it when it happens situations.
Well, it happened, so now I'm dealing with it. And just to bring you up to speed, here's the reason why. Ethiopia has made these stupid rules to try and combat illegal imports of vehicles. And their answer to this is to take a 500% of the value of your vehicle when it was new as a deposit at the border, which is about $100,000 in my case. Naturally, I will not be participating in this. Also, Sudan has decided to become an absolute war zone since I left on this trip,
and this means that my visa that I had before is not valid. And seeing as I can't get another one, it's kind of screwed things up for the rest of the trip. So here's my plan. I'm basically going to have to fly my bike from Kenya to Dubai, because this seems to be the most logical step. And as per usual, nothing really goes to plan, but we'll find out a lot more about that in future videos.
Now the funny thing about this place is the border was so fast. I mean, you look at the main border, I don't know where it is, I'll put the name up on screen, but this is the main one, and you look at it and people have to bribe people to get what they want. There's all these reviews left about, I was stuck here for 2 days, but this took me like an hour, but 15 minutes of that was getting through the border, 45 minutes of it was getting the compulsory insurance that you have to use to ride in these countries. It's called Commissar, and it's like $30 for a month, but I mean it took like over half an hour easily to get all this paperwork done, so yeah. But anyway, I'm going to go and stay in this place because I can't pronounce the name of it.
This is where I attracted the locals.
Now in today's episode of Weird Things Found in African Bathrooms, what could that possibly be other than an eye gouger? If I was a midget, that would be eyeball height. Ugh.
Now it turns out this hotel, Amboseli Junction, is really close to Amboseli National Park, which is a huge safari park full of every animal you could imagine. So I've decided to try and go through there on my bike, which is not strictly allowed, but I'm sure that my bike is faster than most of the animals anyway. Now seeing hyenas while you're slightly exposed on a motorbike is a little bit disconcerting, but I saw 2 of them dive into a tunnel, so I decided to investigate.
What are you doing in there, hyenas? Don't eat me, please.
Hey, you wanna buy some magic? Now when I eventually saw lions, naturally I didn't want to get that close to them, but I was spotted by one. And if you've ever wanted to experience a look that says, "I want to eat you," there it is, right there. I didn't stay around here for very long. Now the main reason I stayed in Lotoktok for so long was because of riots that had happened. Apparently a politician had increased a load of taxes and nobody was very happy about it. So I stayed out of the main cities just to avoid being set fire to. But now that that's all over, I decided to head to Nairobi, because that's where the bike's going to get dropped off.
Quite like this, because all the bikes just go on the pavement. So I decided to join them. What do you think of that, Australia? I just lost my license. Look at these crazy cunts. Oh my god. I never thought riding a motorbike would make me feel fucking huge. But compared to these other ones, these guys are just weaving in and out like it's nothing, but I kind of get stuck sometimes because I'm in a fat Beamer. Good job, dude. You got no idea what's going on. Fuck me. Well, all I can assume was that was a VIP moving about, because they just stopped all the traffic for like 10 minutes, and then you see a little group of fancy cars going past. These guys are still stuck in it, and then as soon as they give you the all clear, all fucking hell breaks loose. I can't tell if these guys are extremely skilled or just fucking rubbish at driving. I'm starting to swing towards the first one. And like roundabouts, anything goes.
So with that out of the way, get your bike cleaned so it doesn't get hung up by customs.
I'm in Kenya. This is what Kenya's like. This is how they treat your motorbikes. It's like the most VIP treatment you've ever seen.
I just took a wrong turn and ended up at the airport trying to get to my hotel, and they've got gate guards there, and they were wanting to search me before I got in so I could turn around, and that would have been horrible, because obviously like right now I'm carrying like a knife and some pepper spray. I haven't hidden my drone yet, so I probably would have got arrested. So, you know, thankfully I was able to de-escalate it a little bit, and they didn't want to search it anymore. But yeah, that could have been horrible.
And then drop it off at the packaging depot before booking your flight to Dubai and saying goodbye to Africa. So let's see what dramas unfold in the next episode. I hope you're looking forward to that one, Aeon Shipping, because I certainly am. Obviously, I didn't ride a motorbike through a national park full of lions. I was in my friend's car. But nobody's going to watch to the end of this, so you'll all be thinking the wrong thing. Enjoy fighting me in the comments.
So the noises you make in the bedroom, is it?
Well, I bet you didn't expect this video. So yes, I'm back in Australia and there's no BMW in my workshop. And the only thing I have left of it is this box. And that is because, as the title insinuates, my entire trip has come to an end because of one singular company, which is Aeon Shipping in Dubai. Now, just to bring you up to speed, I was riding a motorbike from Sydney to England, and I was using it as an opportunity to promote my disability project, which is providing free gym equipment for people suffering from physical disabilities. Now, I'd managed to get all the way from Sydney to Perth, shipped my bike to Cape Town, and then I rode from Cape Town up to Kenya. And once I reached Kenya, the political situation forced me to move my bike by other means, because Ethiopia basically has some crazy import prevention system. Sudan's basically at war, so the best option was to ship my bike from Kenya up to Dubai and then continue my journey that way. So once I reached Kenya via Latoktok, I approached several companies asking for quotes on shipping, flying my bike to where I needed to go. And I was at a turning point because basically Latoktok is almost a crossroads between Nairobi and Mombasa. And the quotes I received would determine which direction I go. If I'm going by sea, it's best to go to Mombasa because it's on the coast and Nairobi is inland. Now, one company, guess which one? They gave me a quote which was by air, which was relatively similar to the sea quote that I'd received from other companies. And this was $3,680 which is about 6,000 Australian dollars. So I thought, okay, it's a bit expensive, but it's going to get me there. Within 2 weeks, they told me. 5 to 10 days was what they told me, both in email and on the contract that I'd signed with them. Show things up here. As you can see, these are the timescales that they've put in place. Not me, them. Just for context, if I'd gone to Mombasa and used the shipping company, they had guaranteed me 12 days. However, Aeon Shipping told me this was a worst case scenario and it's most likely going to be a few days. So I went with them. Anyway, seeing as this terrible drama is about to unfold, let's introduce the cast. As you can tell, I have no problems naming and shaming in this case. Anyway, Brion the bullshitter is the one who's supposed to land the sale. He's the one who'll say anything to get your money. And in this case, he tells me it's very difficult to find a good shipping agent in Kenya. Basically someone to forward your bike onto customs. Basically someone to get your bike through customs and get it onto the plane or boat or whatever it is you choose. So as I said, I went with this company. And on the 27th of July, I dropped off my bike at their shipping agent. And this is where it's going to get packaged and then sent off. Now when I drop the bike off, I'm there taking everything off the bike, you know, making sure everything's accounted for, all my possessions, my camping gear. And the entire time, several times, at least 10 times, I'm asking them, is this okay? Have I done enough for the bike to satisfy your packaging needs? And every single time I'm told this is perfectly fine, don't worry about it, there will be no problems. And I specifically told them I don't want the cost to increase because of something happening with the crating. And I'm told everything is perfectly fine, not to worry, there'll be no issues whatsoever, we promise. And literally once I've taken all my stuff, they've already started putting the bike on a crate. This is literally on the same day, so it's very safe to assume, seeing as my bike was on the pallet when I left, that the bike was crated either that day or the next day. Anyway, with that problem resolved, a couple of days later, I flew out to Dubai to wait for my bike to arrive. And I'm expecting it, within the week. And I'm not a particularly pushy person, so what I did is I waited over a week for this company to contact me. I'm not going to chase them because obviously if it's a shipping company and they're waiting for something to get from A to B, there's nothing I can really do about it. So I think it was day 10, I get a text message from Brion asking me if I'm still in Kenya. Now this strikes me as a little bit strange, but I'm like, no, I'm in Dubai, is there a problem? And he says, no, there's no problem, there's nothing at all. So just to sort of, add this to the scam they're building up, they wanted to know if I'm still in Kenya, I assume, to see if I could pick up the bike easily. Because if I can pick up the bike easily, it means I can find another shipping company easily, and it'll kind of throw a spanner in the works for their scam. Anyway, he says there's no problem. So, I leave it for a few days, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is taking a while, I better follow this up. So I send them a message, and I'm like, hey, well, what's the problem? Is there anything going on? Can I come and get my bike? And then I'm landed with this email saying I have to pay them another $1,500 because they couldn't package my bike low enough to keep it within the quote that they gave me. Keep in mind that the bike would have been packaged about a week and a half ago, and they told me the bike was going to have arrived about 5 days ago. So obviously I've got a case of the what the fucks, And I send them a message saying, well, you're gonna have to justify this, you know, what's going on? I'm not paying this because you've packaged a bike badly. And from here, I get absolutely ghosted by everyone. I get ghosted by Brian, I get ghosted by Salman, I get ghosted by that accountant who I can't remember the name of right now. And that's both by WhatsApp and email. So I'm in Dubai, their office is in Dubai, so I went to their office. In case you're having trouble following, here's a visual representation of the events so far.
Tell you what, Alex, we're going to be best friends. I'm so glad we're going to have this amazing business relationship together. Let me just let you into the workshop here a second. Let's just do that small business of getting the cash payment and then we can be on our way here. Oh, don't worry about that. Just give me the whole thing. That's fine. What? Who are you? Well, what are you doing here? Give me more money. Give me more money.
Oh, no.
Yeah, are you okay? Wait, where are you going?
So that just about sums it up. Anyway, I visited their office. Now once I'm there, I realise exactly how hopeless everything is. So firstly, the Salman guy isn't even in Dubai, even though he's using a Dubai burner number. I think he's in Sri Lanka or something like that. So I get to talk to this idiot Omar. And this guy is basically like one of those monsters from Doctor Who, but the opposite. And he will only do anything while you're watching him over his shoulder. As soon as you turn away, he'll freeze. Now, seeing as I'm there making him work the first day in his life, he's not very happy about it. So he assures me that, oh, leave it with me, it's fine, you don't have to come back, we'll get this sorted, no worries at all. Now, the newfound information he gives me, what we already knew, is that they've packaged my bike like shit, and it's come in over their quoted cubic meters. And I'm like, yes, I already know this. I asked you to repackage it so it's a more sensible size. And they told me this is impossible. So I sent them these pictures of my bike as it was packaged on the way to Cape Town. And they came up with all kinds of excuses about how they're not allowed to ship these materials and stuff. And they told me this must have been an illegal shipment. But I insisted they did it, and then they went silent. And unfortunately, this was over the weekend, so there was nothing really I could do about it. On Monday, everyone was difficult to get hold of, so obviously I went back. And they told me that they were having difficulties getting in contact with their shipping guys in Kenya. So luckily I had some friends in Kenya who were able to go and visit this shipping company in Kenya on my behalf, which I'm eternally grateful for. And what these guys in Kenya told me is they had not been instructed to repackage their bike, so they were refusing to do anything. So what it means is Aeon had not got their act together to even send a message to these guys to tell them to repackage the bike. So eventually, after loads of back and forth and wasting a few days, they did repackage the bike. They saved about half a cubic meter, which should have been enough to bring it into the realms of their original quote. But this incurred a repackaging fee. And the repackaging fee was exactly the same amount as the amount saved from the volumetric weight. So all they'd done this entire time is waste time and just try to screw me over again. So at this point, I'm pretty defeated by it. So by this point, I just need my bike, otherwise my trip is over. They've already wasted so much time with something they could have told me on the second day, but they're now telling me 2 weeks later. Now at this stage, I should have already been in Europe, but they're still holding me back, and there's nothing I can really do about it, so I agree to pay their ransom. But what they tell me now is that the bike isn't going to move until firstly the money has cleared into their account, and secondly that they've instructed their guys in Kenya and obviously settled things at their end. And even then they're going to have to then sort that bike out, get it through customs, and they said, oh, that can take a week at each end plus shipping time. So they said around 3 weeks for my bike to arrive by air. So Omar, this useless idiot, is obviously giving me loads of these false promises about how we're working on it. And during this time, I've given him this deadline. On the 11th, I have to leave. Will the bike get here? And he's telling me, oh, we'll try, we'll do our best. And obviously I have zero faith in these guys whatsoever. I don't want to give them any of my money because I'll never see any results from it. So by this stage, I basically have to throw in the towel and say, I'm done, because I can't keep throwing money at something that's not going to yield any results. And even if I do throw money at this, then I've got no trust that anything will happen. So I'm basically screwed. I don't have a bike anymore. So seeing as they have my bike, they have my money, all I can do is tell them to get my bike back to Australia. And my trip is over. So, you know, it's pretty upsetting for me because I've got friends and family who, you know, they'd made arrangements to do things while I was there. You know, they were excited, I was excited. I had obligations to sponsors for this trip. I had meetings arranged with people who were interested in getting involved in my disability project. There were things that were going to help me promote this and get it more well known, and all of these things had to be cancelled because of this one shipping company. So I get the most half-assed apology that I've ever received in my life from these guys, basically saying, oh, it was because of a technical difficulty. And I think the only technical difficulty is that they're all technically brain dead, and I have no idea how this company is the size that it is. Now, I know my YouTube channel is particularly small, and my videos don't really get that many views or clout or anything like that. But I would love more than anything for this video to appear before their company does in the Google results, just so that, you know, people can be warned about how these people act. So without sounding like one of these influencer idiots, if you can comment something in the comments section, press the thing, the thumbs up or whatever, just to add something to the algorithm, just to hopefully boost this video up so people can see it, that would be phenomenal. Because as of the recording of this video, it has been 70 days since I dropped my bike off, and the bike is still in Kenya. It hasn't moved. And this is after instructing them over a month ago to move my bike back to Australia. Now, to rub further salt into the wounds, they graciously took the $6,000 and put that into shipping the bike to Australia, and told me there wouldn't be any extra fees to get it to Australia. Until it arrives in Australia. Then I have to give them another $1,600. So what can you even say to that, you know? So I flat refuse to pay that. I used the same shipping agent that I used in Australia to take over from there, so that I'm not giving them another cent. But just for perspective, to ship my bike to Cape Town cost half of what they're now taking off me to ship it back. And I still have to pay customs at the other end. Now, if you look at the reviews for this company, it looks like a pretty upstanding company. But you have to dig a little bit deeper. So if you look at the reviews, most of the 5-star ones anyway, they are from people who have given 1 or 2 reviews in their life on that account. So all I can assume is that these are bot accounts that are, you know, they're paying for reviews to boost their ratings. But if you look at the actual real reviews, you'll see lots of similar things, including this guy. So this guy was also shipping a bike to Australia, and he had an awful experience, which sounds pretty similar to the one I had, and he didn't get his bike back for 6 months. So if you're this guy and you're seeing this video, I would love it if you got in contact with me using that email. Anyway, in the ideal world that this video does exactly what I hope it will, and it drastically affects your business, all I can say is this, Aeon Shipping. It's not defamation if it's true. You've seen my evidence, I've got much more. And if you want this video to be removed, firstly, you'll refund me everything that I've paid you. You'll fly my bike back to Dubai using a company of my choice, and then you'll also fly me to Dubai using an airline of my choice. And only after all of that is when I'll consider taking the video down. But just to make it worth your while, if you meet my 3 demands, I made an advert for you. So let's roll that now.
Hey, you there! Do you love money?
No, I hate it.
That's the correct answer. Look no further. Maybe you're looking for a company you can pay to do absolutely nothing. Well, look no further. Here at Aeon Shipping, we'll try our hardest to do absolutely nothing. In a rush? No worries. We'll make sure our false promises will satisfy you until it's too late.
We'll make sure we have no idea what's going on, and we won't even tell you about it. And the only way anything will ever get done is if you come to our office and knock on the door. So go to Aeon Shipping, because fuck you. No, fuck you, Aeon Shipping. Anyway, the next video is a V10 video. You might see some spoilers, because it looks like I'm not going through Dubai. I haven't uploaded in a while, have I? So let's begin this video with a shot of me trying to get my bike out of extremely deep sand in the middle of the desert, and on a day so hot that it would make your average English boy, me, quiver at the knees and sweat profusely, while I explain to you how I ended up in this precarious situation. For this, we need to go back in time. One day, I woke up and decided, you know what would be fun? Riding a motorbike from Australia to England. So I got on my bike on my birthday and started doing exactly that. After getting immensely moist, chased by clouds, and camping in marvellous places, I made it to Perth and threw my bike on a boat destined for Cape Town, South Africa. And when I arrived, I was promptly stranded for 3 weeks while I learned what Africa time really was, before surviving various chaotic situations and Jeffisms on the way to the Botswana border. In Botswana, I did some Botswana things, before sleeping with several elephants, and towing an Italian cyclist so he wouldn't be late for school. I then headed towards Zambia, where I almost lost my drone in a waterfall, failed to persuade some pussy to enter my tent, and hit Tanzania, where I illegally rode up Mount Kilimanjaro, while flying a drone illegally, before heading into Kenya, where I smuggled my drone illegally by flying it over the border so it wouldn't get caught by customs. In Kenya, my bike got stolen by a really rubbish shipping company, and then my trip ended. So, 9 months later, I'm in Dubai. After getting my bike back, solely thanks to my amazing little YouTube community, and I can carry on riding to England to see my mum. The end. Or is it the beginning? So yes, thanks to all of you lot, I'm able to carry on this trip, and that's quite good news. While the shipping company hung their head in shame, they dropped off my bike to the hotel, and I was able to put it back together and see if it was still alive.
Right, so after, what is it, 8 months, 7 months, just connected the battery. If this works, I'll be bloody amazed. GG, BMW. GG. Fuck, I love this bike.
One thing I will say though, bike's never been cleaner, apart from a place where they've obviously put a forklift tine through the crate and hit the engine, but luckily it's a piece of shit bike and I don't really care. And sadly that's most likely the case. During the bike's time in storage, I got sent a picture of the crate, and there was a massive hole right where you see this tine mark. So all I can assume is that a very bad forklift driver decided he was going to have a bad day and make a hole in my crate, and promptly almost make a hole in my bike. Anyway, I didn't care, the bike was alive, so I started to put it back together. And after this, to celebrate, I decided to have a very cheap meal. And by the time I realised I didn't have any cutlery, it was too late. Thankfully, credit cards are still a thing. But this is not my proudest meal. Anyway, after that delicacy, I decided to get reacquainted with my bike and go for a ride.
So, exciting. My first time riding a vehicle on the road in Dubai. And I have to remember that they drive on the wrong side of the road, and I've just noticed that all my tyre pressures are really low. They're not really low, just BMW being dramatic. But anyway, time to get fuel and remember that they drive on the wrong side of the road over here. So I was just sat in my little hotel a minute ago, just packing my stuff ready for tomorrow. And I was trying to figure out a few places where I should possibly go. And I wanted to see sand dunes, so I wanted to do that. But one thing seemed to stick out on my quest for finding places on Google Maps. A little burger shop called Hamburgini. Now I can't see a name like that and not visit it, so that's what I'm doing. I literally stopped what I was doing, got on my bike and left. And hopefully I can kill two birds with one stone and see some sick Saudi dune action, as well as visiting a hilariously named restaurant.
Look, it was funny at the time, okay? Anyway, I got there, probably offended everyone working there by eating during Ramadan in the middle of the day, but aside from being a clueless tourist, I then promptly got very distracted by sandy-looking roads that I probably shouldn't have been distracted by.
As usual, I always seem to find myself in these weird, obscure locations in the middle of nowhere, and if this sand gets any worse, I'm just giving up and going back.
Look, I don't know why you say these things. We both know that that's not true. And now you can watch me struggle greatly with a lot of sand. Who knew the Middle East had sand?
So, as usual, I found myself rather lost and on very sandy roads. Even though this is the only bit that's kind of solided up a little bit. I'm probably somewhere I shouldn't be because I feel like this is a farm because of the camels.
There is actually method to the madness here, contrary to popular beliefs. Somebody told me about a weird little town that had been completely reclaimed by the desert, so I wanted to take a look. So I started the day riding from here, all the way up to here, and then across towards the Oman border, where this place is. But being me, I decided to go the scenic route, crossing all the desert places because they looked a bit more interesting. So now you know.
That was an absolutely vile drive. To be honest, I wouldn't have done it if I knew there weren't any roads. This is supposed to be some kind of ghost city, which is like an underground or buried in sand town. But to get to it, don't be fooled. This is not black because it's solid ground. This is all dusty, crusty bullshit. Well, it looks like it's all fenced in. And I've only got a few minutes of daylight left. So yeah, weird. All these houses just full of sand. Anyway, that was a small sandy town. And there's barely any daylight left. And I don't want to be riding through sand dunes in the dark. So I'm going to get the hell out of here. Documenting this for struggle purposes. Fucking hell. Any of these uphill bits. Give me Botswana sand any day. Come on, the road is right there. That is literally typical. That's the road like 10 meters ahead. And that's where it bogs me down. Alright, one more clutch dump.
Now, I'm not the most unfit person in the world, but after this, I was completely and utterly dead.
Well, if that's anything to look forward to in these coming days on this trip, not bad for day 0. Haven't even left the hotel yet.
If you're ever in the Middle East, you'd better get used to this, because it happens a lot. From here, the ride was far less eventful, because I was a tired little boy and I wanted my dinner. So I scurried back to have a shower, and it was only at this point that I realised how sandy I actually was.
I think the best thing about travelling at night during Ramadan is that once the sun goes down, the streets are empty, or the roads are anyway, because all these guys are fucking starving, so they're all going to eat what they can while they can, while I can just cruise on the highway by myself.
After all that ruckus, literally brought half the desert back with me. And so ends day 1.
Anyway, the next day is leaving day, so I packed up all my things and headed out the door, without any real plans to speak of. My only rough plan is to basically go from Dubai to the Saudi Arabian border. And it's not really as far as you think, so I figured I'd camp for one night and then carry on the next day. Or camp in Saudi. Or camp for 2 nights and then go to Saudi. Basically, there was no plan.
So all that's left to do now is just head straight towards the Saudi Arabian border, because I don't really have that long left on my carnet. Because they weren't able to renew it, it means that basically I have a time limit in which I have to be in Turkey, because that's the start of the non-carnet requiring countries, which really complicates matters. So it means that I am in a bit of a rush, but I'd rather get there before the carnet expires than let it expire and then be stuck in one of these countries for however long. So yeah, I'm playing it a little bit safe by going straight to the border in like one day. I'll probably cross, depending on how I feel, I'll see if I can cross through today, because I'm due to arrive at the border at maybe 1 p.m. So if I can get through, excellent. And then I'll be one step closer to being safer, because this shipping company did not stamp my carnet into Dubai, which is really potentially going to cause problems. But we'll see how that goes. Enjoy these marvelous shots of me driving through slightly desert highways until I get to the border. Weirdly empty here.
That's why I can get away with parking like a dickhead. Now, without sounding completely and utterly obvious, the Middle East is quite hot. 40 degrees hot, in fact. So going back to my marvellous map plan, I decided to camp for one night before I got to the Saudi Arabian border. Obviously, I did this in my usual style, and overestimated my skills, which meant that I got lost in the desert. Again. Here's how that went out.
Well, this is less than ideal. I thought I'd maybe find a place to camp tonight. Got a bit bogged. There's no side stand involved in that. Standing up all by itself. Quite a good spot though.
I got very, very stuck, and it took quite a long time to get out again. Sleep here, mostly because I was hiding from the sun. But then this happened.
Well, today's strange occurrence. I'm just sat here on the beach randomly, and then some fantastic gentlemen just come over on their little scooter, and they're like, "This is for you." And I'm like, "Wow, okay, thank you." And then literally as quickly as they'd arrived, they disappeared on their scooter into the sunset. Like this.
It literally felt like a reverse robbery. The velocity at which these two gentlemen were escaping after giving me food was absolutely phenomenal. So thanks for the food, you wonderful humans.
Bloody excellent. I fucking love the Middle East. And so ends my first day in the desert. Living proof that if something weird's gonna happen, it will, wherever you are in the world.
Let's do this live. This is like 2 kilos of stuff. So it's like a chicken rice or something. Hell yeah, Arabs!
I did, however, find out that if you're looking for ladies' products in a fuel station, you'll find it next to engine coolant. Because where else would you find it? So today's the day I cross into Saudi Arabia. And this is where I received one final farewell while that shipping company had the opportunity to screw me a little bit more. But we won't talk about that in this episode. You'll have to wait till the next one to see what happens with that. Hello there. Yes, I'm still alive. Anyway, this is me and my bike riding through Saudi Arabia. But how did we get here? Well, I decided one day that I was going to get on my motorbike and ride from Sydney to England. So after waking up, getting on my bike and riding from Sydney to Perth, I threw my bike on a boat and made my way to South Africa. After meeting many individuals and doing many things, some of which questionably dangerous and illegal, I arrived in Kenya and everything took a turn for the worse. My bike was held captive by a really crap shipping company and I was saved by the internet. And in the last episode, I was able to carry on my trip. Thanks, internet. Anyway, I did my usual thing, going the wrong way, finding weird things, getting very stuck, and having various problems at various points along the way. And I ended the episode with a very surprise Uber Eats delivery, delivered by some fantastic Arab guys. So, coming up in this episode, the final stab in the back from the really bad shipping company. So let's get the bad bit of this episode out of the way first. And that involves dealing with this shipping company for the last time. This might be a bit boring, but bear with me. Basically, when you import a vehicle into a country, you have to get all the correct import documentation sorted out. And in this case, I had something called a carnet, which makes this extremely easy. All you have to do is fill out a form, put a stamp on it, and that's it. Guess who didn't do this? That's right, the really bad shipping company. What they did instead is fill out a weird kind of import thing, which according to customs means that I then had to register my vehicle in the UAE and get UAE plates on it. And I only found out this when I was trying to leave the country. And once I entered customs, what they wanted me to do was go from the border back to Abu Dhabi, get my bike registered and with number plates on it, then come back, just so I could cross this border. The other option would have been to put it on a truck and get the truck to drive it that less than kilometre journey across the border. Now in their defence, not that they deserve it, this really bad shipping company did offer to send a truck down to take me across the border, but I'd have to wait there basically the whole day, and I wasn't really prepared to do that. Instead, I took a +10 charisma potion, and this allowed me to talk to one of the custom officers, and after explaining a little bit about what happened and the troubles I've had with this shipping company so far, he basically turned around and said he didn't want to see me again. Goodbye. So I was very grateful. Thank you, customs guy. Anyway, none of this was on video, so I hope you enjoyed these rubbish animation type things. So now I'm in Saudi, and the trip can continue, hopefully smoothly from now on.
Alright, so that's finally leaving the border. And one of the hardest things when you get into a new country is when your old signal just disappears and then you're just left with nothing to fend for yourself. And in this case it was my my Optus SIM card, which I'm using roaming on, decided it didn't want to play with Saudi. What's this guy doing? I know we drive on the wrong side of the road, but what am I doing? Am I undertaking you? Probably not. Anyway, you're kind of in this stranded area where you've got no way of communicating with anyone. There's no translators, and it just ends up being a bit of a hand signal clusterfuck. So finally managed to get myself some cash, because apparently you need a lot of that in this country. Where's my wallet? Panic mode. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you need cash, which is always a good safety net, because most of the places apparently don't accept card. Anyway, I've got all that stuff sorted. I can finally get away from customs and go and see someone familiar.
I decided to make my way to a little town called Salwa, however you pronounce it. I probably garbled it, but who cares. Anyway, when I was there, I stopped for fuel. And then I saw something a little bit familiar.
I see you. My friend!
So this is Stefano, again. And this is a bit about his journey.
Here it is, my friend. Here it is, the big plan of cycling all around the world, my friends. And this is the most beautiful things that Matt and me met here when I was when we were in Botswana, and now we are here. in the Saudi Arabia, my friends. It's insane. It's insane. How
It's weird how the world works, isn't it? You know?
Exactly. It's amazing. It's amazing. And how small is the world? You know that we can catch up right here. That we cross each other. It's amazing. And then after this, after I've been cycling all the way up to North Africa, after I've been starting here in Saudi Arabia, I will go through all the Middle East until Japan. This is the goal. And then I want to find a cargo ship which go through the Pacific Ocean and then all the way down through the Patagonia.
So that'll be our next encounter, right?
Here we will see how we will do it. Thankfully that you told me right now, because I didn't know it.
Oh, you've got to check it out. Darien Gap, most dangerous place in the world, apparently.
Aye.
So be careful there.
We like the danger. And then maybe we got arrested again, like in Ethiopia. And then we will finish here in Ushuaia, in South America, the south of South America. We'll see, my friend. Actually, here is not... no, there is nothing in Australia, but I was already there. And I also have a big tattoo of Australia, you know, so...
And then once you get to here, you can upgrade, put an engine in your bicycle, and then we can travel together and do it all over again.
Well, it's good idea, my friend.
It was at this point I decided to look at a map a little bit, and I realised I'm not actually that far from Bahrain, so it would be rude not to stop by for a few days and see what it's like. So I headed in that general direction to see what would happen.
Well, hello there, GoPro. You shouldn't be still attached to my bike. I left you there for about 100 kilometers on the highway.
Now the Bahrain border is a little bit annoying. It's essentially a bunch of toll booths grouped together where they randomly just take money and give you tickets. It doesn't take that long considering some of the borders I've been to, but it does get a bit annoying after a while. But finally, they let you through customs and you're on your merry way in this tiny little country. But here's a question. Do you remember Jeff? Well, Jeff is also in Bahrain, so I decided to go and bother him for a bit. Now for some reason, the hotel just gave me a key to his room, so I thought I'd abuse this. The lesson learned here is to not enter people's rooms unannounced, even though they know you're coming.
Hey Jeffrey, how are you? Your room service escort has arrived.
Anyway, Bahrain opened my eyes to some of the things that you'll see in the streets. Like questionably politically incorrect rugs. You can do some Googling about this. The history of them is actually pretty interesting.
Where are you from, Jeff?
However, it was good to catch up and watch our favourite YouTuber together.
Controversial. Tell me I'm wrong in the comments below.
Controversial. Tell me I'm wrong in the comments below.
Anyway, afterwards, bad things happened. When I was leaving Bahrain and entering Saudi again, I was a bit unprepared, and by the time I'd reached customs on the other side entering Saudi, that was when they found my drone. This was not a good thing for them to find. Basically, I was held up for about 3 hours, they were threatening to throw me in jail, trying to find all sorts of things to pin on me, and searching through absolutely everything. In the end, they sent me back to Bahrain Customs, where some chief guy asked me what we were going to do. This is the last time you'll ever see my drone. Anyway, illegal or not, I personally don't think it was illegal. Looking at the rules myself, they can be interpreted so you can use drones in some situations. But regardless, take this, Saudi Arabia. That's right, you fuck around, you find out. Anyway, it was extremely hot, it was the end of Ramadan, and I was there sitting on the floor feeling sorry for myself, just trying to cool down a bit. But Arabs being Arabs, excellent people, appeared from absolute thin air, and made me remember why I'm doing this trip again. I know, most of this episode is just me riding around meeting people I've already met before, but the best thing about travel is that most of the people you meet are always travelling, so it's pretty safe to say that anyone you've previously met, you're probably going to catch with at some point along the way anyway.
Now the saddest part of all this is that there's so much stuff that I wanted to see in Saudi. Put a map up. I would have loved to have gone and seen Mecca, and there's a few roads and mountains and stuff out there that look absolutely fantastic. And most importantly, I wanted to go to Jeddah, because this is where my trip was supposed to have continued last year. But obviously that didn't quite go to plan thanks to certain events. But anyway, other certain events like lack of a renewed carnet also mean that I can't do it because I'm on a bit of a time scale. Because I have to get out of Iraq before the 24th of April. And if I had gone across to Jeddah and then back across to Kuwait again, that would have probably cost me a couple of weeks that I probably can't afford at this moment, because the last thing I want to do is get to the border and either be just a day late or not have enough time to actually get through before it expires.
So I guess this is kind of the morning after the night before of when my drone gets taken away. And I mean, pretty upsetting, to be honest. I mean, you spend $1,000 on a drone and then it ends up getting smashed up at customs. But the guy ended up giving me an ultimatum. It was basically, give it to us and we'll give you a piece of paper that means that next time you come to Bahrain, you can fly it out of Bahrain. He wouldn't let me go and give it to Jeff. Not sure why, even though he was at a hotel that was 20 minutes over the border. And I know that I'm never going back to Bahrain. I don't know anyone who has any plans ever to go to Bahrain. It's not exactly a desirable location. So I literally asked him if he had a hammer and I was going to smash it up and then be on my way. So he gives me this little hammer, takes me to a little corridor just off to the side of customs and says, off you go. And yeah, it's pretty, I don't know, it's an inanimate object, but you shouldn't have any kind of attachment to it. But when you've been essentially traveling for like a year, it almost becomes like part of who you're traveling with. So like every time you strike that thing with a hammer, it's like, you've been here with me, you've been there with me. It's almost like drowning a child. But it's their rules, their country. You fuck around, you find out, and there's no two ways about it. I did something wrong, I got caught, so move on with your life. But it wasn't fun. Part of it is also the fact that in my rebellious little brain, I feel that rules are made to be broken, but getting caught is part of it. Anyway, I'm just packing up my stuff, as you can see, and then it's off to this place.
Now before you cross under this bridge, you better make sure it's tall enough. How tall is your truck? 2 meters high.
Now I think Kuwait is a great place. The border was relatively easy. The roads aren't falling apart and driven by lunatics. And much like the rest of the Middle East, everyone is excellent. Anyway, on the way to the border, I stopped at a fuel station that just happened to have no power. And it was there that I was approached by a young guy with no shoes on. They'd been stolen apparently. And of all the places in the world to be recognised, the middle of the Saudi Arabian desert is not one of the ones I expected. So there you go. Maybe now you can stop pestering me about when this episode's going to be out.
Check out this insanity. This might look like your typical whatever, but like the road has just ended. Like that's a highway. Literally, like, you know, you could be doing 120 down there and then suddenly, ba-bam, deadness. And they don't even try, they're just like, at least have warning signs, right? Fuck. Looks like I'm going this way. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is me in the state of Kuwait.
Anyway, after passing through the border, I ended up staying with someone rather fantastic. This is Hamid.
Hamid! Fancy seeing you here. Yeah. Bring it in. Been a while, like, yeah, a few weeks, right?
And he graciously showed me all the good things that there are to see in Kuwait. Obviously not all of them, but a lot of them.
He's stealing a card from me. I'm gonna randomly take it. No, I can't see it.
Oh, okay, right. Randomly steal my card.
You didn't know I took it.
I know, I can't even read them.
Well, with all the joys of exploring a little bit of Kuwait, I have to do one thing before I leave the border, which is get a little green piece of paper which actually will allow me to leave. So if this office is open, marvellous, but it doesn't look like it. Anyway, basically, if you want to leave Kuwait into Iraq, you need this green piece of paper, which you get from nowhere near the border. So what it meant is, if I didn't know about this beforehand, I would have got to the border, gone through about 12 of the little stations to get various stamps in whatevers, maybe carnet stamps, and then they would have said, oh, where's your piece of green paper? And I would have had to go back through the process and get my green piece of paper and then go back again. There are my keys. Anyway, if you find yourself watching my videos because you want to try and find out how to get into Iraq, this is the location of that office. So today is the day I hopefully finally enter Iraq. I got all my documents done yesterday, had a last final meal, but unfortunately there were a load of airstrikes flying across from Iran to various other places, and they decided to close all the airspace. And the reason I'm in a bit of a hurry right now and taking all the highways instead of the nice ways is because I'm worried they're going to close the border. Because usually what happens, case in point Sudan, just as I left on my trip last year, they decided to close all the borders there. So if that's anything to go by, that's the next course of action they're going to take. I mean, luckily they're treating it as a bit of a one-off this time and the borders weren't affected, but if this keeps happening, I'm pretty sure there's going to be difficulties getting through the border. And as of right now, I've got about 1 week to get in and out of Iraq. So this could get a little bit tight. Anyway, to Starbucks.
Here's an audio break from that microphone. Even though I'm in a rush, there's a really cool looking bridge that extends from Kuwait City to the northern part of the country. So even though it would take a little bit longer, I figured I had to do that while I was here.
And with any luck, I won't be riding through a war zone, but the possibility is always there. So I've got this quite nerving task of getting through a border before they close it due to conflict, and then getting through a country that's in the middle of a conflict without being shot to bits or dying and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I predict it'll be fine. I'm completely aware that the media overhypes things just to get the views and stuff like that. So, you know, from what I've heard from people around there, you know, it's not so bad. So this will just be a testament to media versus reality. Because if the articles are still up, I'll put those up so you can see the sort of headlines you're dealing with. And then later on, we'll find the reality.
Anyway, as I approached the Iraqi border, the landscape became less populated, and it became clear that I was in a place that not many people wanted to be. And this was made doubly apparent by listening to some of the stories from the Kuwaiti locals. Anyway, Iraq deserves its own episode, as it's definitely one of the most misunderstood places I've ever been in. So you'll have to subscribe and come back for the next episode to find out what happens in Iraq, as I travel from Basra to Baghdad, into Kurdistan, and then out the top of northern Iraq into Turkey. So until next time. In the last episode, I went through Saudi Arabia, took a little detour to Bahrain, was forced to smash my drone up at customs, and had a jolly old time in Kuwait. And the last thing I did was prepare myself to cross the Iraqi border, very shortly after a bunch of drone strikes just happened. So let's see how that panned out. Now the border between Kuwait and Iraq can only be described in one way. An absolute bloody mess. You've basically got a roundabout in the middle, a bunch of buildings built around the outside, some of them temporary, and some of them that can't even be described as buildings. More on that later. And when you enter, you have to be greeted by a bunch of military guys who speak no English and write your name on a piece of paper that you have no idea what it says. Then you have to introduce yourself to the Dungeon Master. Now this guy sits in his throne in this little temporary office, surrounded by military guys, presumably to stop corruption, but who knows. Anyway, this guy sends you on several different side quests to get different documents and stamps, and only then can you pass into Iraq. So step 1 is buying the visa. You do that in this little office here, not on this side, no, you have to do it on this side of the building. Who knows why? Now as soon as you leave the Dungeon Master's office, you are swarmed by fixers. Annoying little guys trying to get your money for helping you through the border. Luckily for me, one of the Dungeon Master's sidekicks hates fixers, and he absolutely bent over backwards to make sure that I wouldn't give them any money. Because I hate fixers too. We bonded over this with no verbal understanding. You then have to go and get your documents photocopied. in this weird little temporary building here. And to add a little plot twist, they only accept US dollars. Anyway, after this, you have to go on an adventure. And this adventure involves paying a fee. I have no idea what it was for, but everyone has to pay it. And you have to take a 5-minute hike through the desert, climb over some weird broken buildings and fences, and then enter this weird little cave building, where you pay your fee, only in US dollars, and then scramble your way back to the dungeon master. Only then will he then let you into Iraq, but not before they search through every single belonging you've taken with you, in customs. And customs is just some guy standing outside with a clipboard. Anyway, after all this was done, I had all my stamps, I got on my bike, blew a kiss towards the fixers who hated me for not giving them any money, and went about my merry way. So now I'm in Iraq, and slightly annoyed by the fixers, in case you can't tell.
Oh, these little motherfuckers are horrible little people. This is about as bad as the Zambia border was, with all hundreds of these fixers around trying to get you to give them money for doing something that should be a relatively easy process. So the language barrier here is massive, and you can't really pay with card, supposedly anyway, that's what they say. And yeah, absolute bloody nightmare. It only took me a couple of hours to do everything by myself, but you have to find these weird obscure officers and, you know, all kinds of things. But the worst thing are these little fuckers trying to get your money for helping at the border. Avoid them at all costs. Anyway, we should be good for Iraq. Got all my tickets, got all my insurance, got whatever. What's this guy asking me to do? Salam. Passport? You want a carnet? This one? So I give to the gate? Okay. Shukran. So welcome to Iraq. So I'm at this bit of the border now, and I'm going to head straight to Basra, which has got a nice little stigma attached to it. Anyway, you might remember this guy from here and here. And unfortunately, this fine gentleman decided that his bike was going to shit itself in the worst possible country to have it happen, where there's an abundance of spare parts. So over the last few months, he's gleaned these parts from various places and finally got the parts. But Jeff is not the sort of guy to fit his own parts. And finding a reliable workshop in this country is apparently a bit of a struggle. So, in exchange for accommodation, food, and hilarious Iraqi entertainment that we're about to find out, hello there, dog, I'm going to this place.
It's at this point, it's appropriate to introduce the Ice Cream Bros. Now I showed up on their doorstep and was greeted like we'd known each other for decades. I was given a place to stay, food to eat, and some of the most hilarious interactions I've ever experienced on this trip.
Like, it's embarrassing for him if he gives us all blowjobs. But that's really gay though. What? It's gay!
Now in Iraq, English is one of those languages that's a luxury when it's there, but you never expect everyone to speak it. However, in the ice cream shop, there is one communal English phrase, "Hey, what's up?" which is known by all.
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's up?
Now I first met Jeff in South Africa. I then met him again in Bahrain, and now I'm meeting him for the third time in Iraq. I have still never seen Jeff ride a bike, and this time his excuse is his bike's broken, so I'm going to fix it for him. This was an ordeal unto itself.
Habibi Mekaniki? Habibi Mekaniki. Maniki. Mekaniki. Fuck!
This one goes in there, right?
Zain Habibi.
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 How are you?
Oh.
Say motherfucker. Osama bin Laden.
Tonic.
Yalla, Habibi. Yalla. Woohoo!
Hey!
Was that the one you were worried about?
A little bit.
Okay. As long as it's at the back. These are the worst conditions under which you've ever worked.
I've been on submarine, boy. This sounds like it's at the bottom.
With the submarine submersed.
You want to add the sound effect?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Proper sound effects.
Zain, Habibi?
Where?
Yes. Yalla, Habibi, yalla. Yalla. انت تمام؟ هل انت تمام؟
I don't know what these words mean.
said, how are you? How are you, my friend?
You said in such an angry way that it makes me seem like I'm in trouble.
And then, halas.
Halas?
Halas.
Halas?
Yalla. Let me see your right hand.
Circle right hand.
Or your left hand, sorry.
That's one in the stink and one in the bike.
You said the teen?
It's the team.
Oh, I thought you said the teen with an N.
That works as well.
Only for 2 years. Beyond 2 years of teenager. It doesn't work so well anymore.
Souvenir.
I like the way you open the rubber with your teeth right before you ram it in the hole. It's real nice. Make sure that Jan does your bike transport from the grave.
Yeah, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
That's how I'll haunt you.
Fuck Aeon shipping.
Well-aimed brute force.
Oh, that's perfect.
Don't put your hand on my... No.
It's okay, round 2. But it's still dripping.
How's your confidence level so far?
I would give it this scooter out of 10 in terms of confidence. It's got pedals.
That doesn't leave me very confident.
No, it shouldn't.
Oh, fuck.
If I take this out, is this bike going to fall on top of me?
I have like lube for like chains and stuff. Will that work?
Yes.
Okay.
Just something to put on there so the seal's not running dry. And after all that ruckus, I was finally able to see him ride for the first time. For about 5 seconds, until he vanished and didn't come back for half an hour. And then we found him, pulled over by the military, being questioned about his passport, which he wasn't carrying with him. So to this day, I've still never ridden a bike with Jeff on the same bit of road. Now, as much as I'd love to have stayed longer in Basra, crap shipping company syndrome strikes again. And because they were unable to renew my carnet, I only had about 7 days from this point to get out the top of Iraq and into Turkey. So I made my way from Basra all the way up to Baghdad. And along the way, I was forced to stop at a very, very questionable fuel station in the middle of bloody nowhere. This is where my second biggest problem of this entire trip began.
They won't let me fill my bike up at the fuel station. For some reason bikes aren't allowed, so they just give you a fucking jug like this. I've had to make a funnel out of some drinks bottle. Well, I think at least some of that fuel went in the bike. I reckon I probably lost about 2 or 3 litres there.
Not sure what happened there. I hope I haven't just filled up my bike with a bunch of shitty fuel. But fuck, it just... Oh shit. This is less than optimal. Bike is really not happy. That was shitty fuel I've just put in here. I don't know what to do, to be honest. I'm just gonna have to keep it running as much as I can. I think there might have been water in the bottom of that thing. Get it going on some antiperspirant. This is horrible. Just keep the revs up. Nope, it's fucked. Oh, this is horrendous. I've definitely put some shitty fuel in this. There must have been water or something. I've just got to keep the revs to the like pinned to the moon to be able to go, and it doesn't cut out anymore. And it keeps, yeah, surging like fuck. I'm hoping that eventually it'll kind of clear itself out. But I don't feel very comfortable revving this thing to like 5,000 every time. If it's got to be done, it's got to be done. I mean, there can't be that much water in there, surely. I put about 20 litres in. I mean, who knows what was in there. Fuck. If I can get to Basra like this, I'll be amazed, and then at least I'll be able to siphon this out. I mean, that was terrifying for a moment. It sort of got to the stage where the battery was about to run out. It did that thing where it sounded like a hydro lock, but it's just that your motor doesn't have enough berries to turn the engine. Oh my god, this is the last place I want to be stopping. Come on, have a little shake. Every time it kind of cuts out, I give the bike a little shake and it'll, I don't know, slosh some fuel down into the injector or something, but this is the least ideal situation I think I have had. Come on, clear your guts. 232 kilometers of this to go.
Now I told the ice cream bros about my plight, and they told me this.
You probably can't read that, but it basically says, if you buy some fuels out here, they mix it with water. Great! But I've got my throttle response back now. I get the occasional shudder and it cuts out, and then I just give it a shake like this, and then it'll work again for a few tens of kilometers. So, yeah. If I break down again, I guess you'll see more video of this. But until then, I will end up in Baghdad at some point today, hopefully while it's still light.
Well, what a bloody drama that was. I've got to my hotel in Basra now, not Basra, Baghdad, after a horrible ride. I'll probably put this bit after the bit where I had that dodgy fuel, and basically what's happened is I think there's a load of water in my fuel, and it just basically made the bike cut out. And I was stuck there basically in the middle of the desert, no one around to speak any English, no one could really help me, so I just didn't even bother trying. The bike was just cranking over, not firing at all, and the only thing I could really do is spray deodorant into the intake to get it to start. And I had to do that until the water had passed through and the fuel had started mixing it again. So what I was doing is having to do some kind of massive three-way operation where I'd hold down the starter button, spray the deodorant in the intake, and then shake the bike to get the fuel to kind of mix with the water to sort of, you know, dilute the water, I guess, if that makes sense. And this would not be possible without Nivea for men. So sponsor me, please. Carry one of these if you need to start your bike in an emergency. Present day me here. Now I sent an email to Nivea telling them exactly what happened and how their product basically saved me from the desert. They responded by telling me that my skin must be pretty bad after being in the desert for so long, and they sent me a bunch of products to get over it. So thanks, Nivea. Anyway, that's enough of sounding like an entitled damsel in distress. I continued my journey north in the direction of Turkey and passed into Kurdistan. And this is what's considered the safe half of Iraq. And similarly to Africa, entering into this region is essentially a new country. Everything goes from desert to starting to see traces of green. But sadly, the military checkpoints keep popping up every now and then.
Salam. These military checkpoints are getting a little bit more intense. It's almost annoying now because they kind of stop you every single time, but they're searching for more and more and more. This guy actually made a phone call to the border to make sure my insurance was actually legitimate, which it was, luckily, because it only cost $7, so I'm not really going to skimp out on that, but yeah, I guess the further towards the safer bit, the more strict they get on the security, so come on, quad lock. So yeah, Hopefully that's the last one for a while because these are getting a bit annoying.
Now, as I approached the Turkish border, I met another bike traveller, and this was a refreshing turn of events, because border crossings can be pretty troublesome at times, and it was pretty refreshing to have some company throughout the process. But after crossing the border, we ended up in what was potentially an extremely dangerous situation, of which you'll find out in the next episode. But this is where I leave you today, with your hand hovering over the bloody subscribe button. And I promise that the next episode contains less damsel in distress syndrome. However, if you find yourself in Basra, take your time to visit the ice labs, open the doors, and yell your best, "Hey, what's up?"
Hey, what's up?
And they'll know exactly where you came from, and you'll experience some of the best hospitality and ice cream you've ever had in your life. So do it.
A Pokemon.
Hello there. Yes, I'm still alive, in case you didn't know. I'm riding a motorbike from here to here, via all these places. And in the last episode, I entered Iraq, slept in an ice cream shop in Basra, broke down in the middle of the desert, and finished by arriving at the northern border into Turkey. And as usual, being borders, dramas happened. So, Turkish border. I met a fellow bike traveller from Poland. His name was Simon. And no, I'm not saying it with an accent. Anyway, borders take time, and by the time we left this border, it was starting to get dark. So we decided, for safety of course, to ride into the nearby mountains and find a campsite. And the next series of events turned out to be one of the more dangerous things that's happened, but we only realised afterwards. Anyway, as we climbed the mountains, we passed through a military checkpoint. This isn't unusual, and these soldiers were carrying these guns. Make note of this. Anyway, we carried on for about an hour until we found a spot that looked like it might be worth camping in. And with me being in front, and the roads being extremely dark, naturally I rode through a heap of razor wire and got my bike almost completely tangled up in it. This wasn't particularly fun, so we're there for about 5 minutes trying to untangle my bike from this nonsense. In the meantime, we see a gate opening, which at the time I just assumed was a farmer coming to see what all the ruckus was about. Oh no. This guy had this gun, and almost immediately afterwards, we're cornered on this road by a van pulling in behind us, and from this plain white unmarked van, 5 other guys got out, carrying these. So naturally, this is a bit concerning. Now while we're surrounded, we're unable to communicate properly because obviously we don't speak their language, but tensions rose when they started pointing at our bikes and saying they liked them and wanted them. Now my unfortunate ailment is that in these situations, I tend to say inappropriate things. So I got hard on the translator, and I told him that I'd give him my bike if he gave me his AK. Luckily they liked this comment. And after the tension was broken, they basically ended up telling us that the mountains are extremely dangerous to camp in, and we should go to the nearby town, back the way we came, and back through that original military checkpoint. So that's what we did. Now once we'd eventually passed through that same checkpoint, we were stopped this time. First of all, we were shouted at for being in the mountains because they're extremely dangerous. We asked why they're dangerous. They told us there were terrorists hiding in the mountains, almost everywhere. To which I said, how would we know a terrorist if we saw one? And he says, you see my gun? They don't have these. They have AK-47s. And beards. Funnily enough, the guys we met had AK-47s and beards, which means potentially that we basically rode through the mountains, met some terrorists, and then came back again. Lovely. Anyway, we found one of the worst hotels I've ever stayed at in my life, gross. And in the morning we parted ways, where Simon was heading north and I was heading towards Istanbul.
There are terrorists in the area. These people have beards and AK-47s. And the people who he spoke to had beards and AK-47s. So we basically met some terrorists, came back, went through a military checkpoint. What a fucking weird day.
Shut up, you overexcited dickhead. Anyway, the next day I started moving again.
Perfect place for a drone shot, isn't it, Saudi Arabia, you bastards?
So, back to business. My plan is to go this way a little bit, then up and over the mountains, and then towards Istanbul, where I'll have a merry old time with someone I've met before, and then carry on into my first European country. But first, bike issues.
Just thought I'd stop for a break and combine it with a check of something because my little oil level light just came on. So I'm going to investigate, and to check oil on BMWs is a bit annoying. You basically have to turn it off, put it on the center stand, and then wait 5 to 10 minutes for the oil level to do its thing. And then you can check it. No more, no less.
so I'll see what happens. However, I've stopped for maintenance things in much worse places than this. I quite like it here. Well, as suspected, you're looking a little bit on the low side there, buddy. It's not so bad. The only reason it came on is because I stopped to take a picture. And I think because it was on the side stand, the oil was tipped over and it made it read on the sensor a little bit low. So I think I'll put a little bit in you and keep you happy, because I'd rather not seize my engine. Thanks for the rag, Hamid's dad. Most useful thing. Look how much sand is just about to fall into my engine. Yeah. Actually, on second thoughts, now it's closer to the 10-minute mark. I don't think that's much to worry about, but, you know, may as well fill it up to the proper level. Job done. And the only annoying thing is that I think what this is going to do is bring the oil level up enough for my rear main seal to become a problem again. I don't even know if I mentioned it before, but I think there's a rear main seal leak on this. Found that out, I think it was in Saudi. And I think as the oil level's gone down, it stopped. But yeah, I think that this is going to cause it again. But so what? Better to top it up than not have any. Anyway, I'm going to be staying about here today because the last hotel was pretty vile. It was actually worse than camping. I would have felt cleaner if I was camping on the floor. So yeah, I'm going to find a semi-decent hotel for tonight, do some washing because I don't have any underwear left. I'm on 3 days on these bad boys. So yes, I'll continue on, and then hopefully in the next scene, I will be slightly cleaner.
Narrator here. I was not slightly cleaner. In the hotel's defense, they did let me park inside, but the elevator was a limb destroyer and the rooms were filthy, so I would say, as a result, I was dirtier from this hotel. From here, I continued north a little bit, and it was around this time I figured it would be a good idea to camp in the mountains, even though it was absolutely bloody freezing.
It's so weird to think that, what was it, 2 or 3 days ago? I was in the middle of the desert. And now I'm like, hey, there'll be snow in those mountains. Let's go up there. What's up, B? How have you been? Beep, 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 beep. I'm going to camp somewhere around there. So I found this weird little campsite behind a weird abandoned building in the weird area of nowhere. Well, this is my campsite for the night. Not too bad. I only got this place because I wanted to get a bit protected from the wind, so I've got a abandoned building there and a hill there. The annoying thing is I can't inflate my bed just yet because I forgot to charge my pump. So I'm going to charge it with that, which is obviously the most efficient way of doing it. And then I can start making some food, even though it's just starting to rain. Let's see how this goes one-handed. I'm sure this is as frustrating for you as it is for me. Now here's the bit that's going to make or break my evening. It's pretty hard to find any kind of paraffin here, so I've got some lighter fluid in the hope that it'll work. I'll probably water it down to lessen the amount of smoke, but let's see how that goes. It'd help if that had any kind of fuel in it. One of those jobs that just keeps getting more. Wind. Oh well. Live and learn. On the menu for today, really bad pasta. Now this is going to include delectable delicacies, such as a weird sauce, a weird sausage, and all prepared with an excessively large knife. And I've just realised this isn't even a sausage. What the hell is that? Why is it in a plastic wrapper? Can you be eaten raw?
Who knows? That much sausage today. And today's starter, cookies and rain. Just the finishing touches, adding some exotic cheese. And finally, I've remembered once again, I don't have a fork, so I'll be knifing it. I'll try to get some of it in the bowl at least. I'll be honest, I've had better meals. And now the question on all your minds. How do I eat this without a fork? Well, I don't know. It's okay, I figured it out. Do you remember this shot from Africa when I talk about Pringles? Got my Pringles. Well, here's the lid. This is now a spoon. Better than nothing.
Now, on a very important side note, I sent this picture to the Ice Cream Bros back in Basra. This was their reaction. Anyway, this was the coldest night's camping on my entire trip so far. I did not enjoy this, and in the morning I made my way in the direction of Istanbul, again. So, seeing as there's been a lack of mini montages, you can have a mini montage to tide you over until I arrive. Finally in Istanbul. Turkey is much larger than you could ever imagine. Anyway, Istanbul is also rather old. Older than vehicles, in fact. And this means that the architecture does not really account for vehicles, and taking any vehicle into the city is an absolute bloody nightmare. So, with a throwback to Africa once again,
A little Chinese traveller buddy.
I'm going to meet up with this wonderful gentleman, and we're going to do some city exploring. I did, however, stumble upon a mammal race. Now, I hate cyclists, but luckily there was a helicopter flying overhead, so I'm going to edit this video accordingly to make it much more appropriate.
You guys, let's over here.
I'll tell you what, for all your followers, 再见.
Eventually, I said my farewells to my Chinese world traveller biker buddy and headed towards Bulgaria for my first taste of European countries in an incredibly long time.
Yeah.
However, for this series of events, you'll have to wait till the next episode. Welcome back. If you're new here, I'm riding a motorbike from Sydney to England via all these places. And in the last episode, I got tangled in razor wire, met some terrorists, camped on a freezing mountain eating pasta, weaseled my way into Istanbul, and finally reached the border to Bulgaria, my first European country. So, join me in this episode, where I see many weird things, go to places just because someone on a forum told me to, and ride through abandoned military bases through plane-shaped holes in mountains. Now, Bulgaria is a little bit weird. And naturally, as always, I managed to piss some people off at the border. And this was because they've never seen an Australian motorbike before, so they didn't really know what to do in terms of paperwork. And seeing as I was so keen to get out of there, I kind of skipped the insurance step
which is really easy to do at the border because the little office is a tiny little thing that you can go past without even noticing, and driving without insurance is kind of a big deal in Europe. So, mission number 1, getting a green card. And no, I'm not talking about Mexican dreams.
Well, I just got to Bulgaria. And I know I'm supposed to have green card insurance to travel through Bulgaria. And I asked the guy at the border, I was like, hey, where do I get the green card? And he was like, blah, 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 go through. So I was like, oh, okay, no worries. So, I've got no insurance, but haven't crashed so far, so who cares? Deal with it when it becomes a problem. But, you know, I'm going to look for a place where I can get it. It's just, until then, it just seems there's nothing really I can do about it. So the drama continues. I just went to the Greek border because it was very close, and I assumed that they'd let you buy the green card insurance at the border, like they would have at the Turkey-Bulgaria border. But instead they tell me that that's not possible at this border, because I guess this is a smaller border. So I'm going to have to go to this town, which is about, I don't know, 7 minutes away by Google, to a place that is probably going to have a massive language barrier, which is my fault for not speaking their language, but at least then it'll be solved, right? So hopefully that's the end of my troubles for the day, and then I can travel a bit more and then camp somewhere. I'm trying to follow Google Maps to this insurance broker or whatever it is that the person at the border told me about. Oh, I forgot about Europe roads. And it turns out that it's trying to take me over a pedestrian-only bridge. And I mean, I've seen people going across on bicycles, so all I can say to that is I've got 2 wheels too. So I don't really want to mess around with all this garbage of... Yeah, so I'm just going to go for it, you know. Hope for the best at the other end. What a pleasant area. So the plot thickens. This one can't help me, but they have sent me to a fuel station on the end of a roundabout, where there will be 2 people waiting for me to help me get the green card insurance. This is going to be one of the strangest insurance experiences I've ever had. Well, I was told opposite a fuel station, and I don't see a fuel station. Apparently I'm on top of a fuel station right now, according to Google Maps. Oh, I'm glad that's over anyway, because I'm now hopefully covered until I get to England, but I don't know, something wrong with my date of birth, who knows. But it took like an hour to get that done. So that's about 100 kilometers less progress I can make today. What a lovely introduction to Bulgaria. Anyway, let's see how far I can get until I get tired. And then I'll find somewhere to camp. Again.
Anyway, drama's over. I'm now legal to drive. Through most of Europe, in fact. And Europe is actually pretty small, contrary to what you might think. And this means the countries are going to be pretty rapid fire from here on out. But they do have some of the best roads I've ever ridden on, including this one, which I think has been covered many times in various Top Gear episodes. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't checked. So now that that's done, let's hear about the border experience.
Fuck, that looks pretty good actually.
So this will be day 1 of Bulgaria, I guess. I'm out of breath because I got to the hotel and the guy's like, oh, you're in suite 17. It's right at the top of the stairs and there's 3 floors. And I've got like, 30 kilos of these things to carry up with me. Not exactly easy. But I guess I would describe today as dramatically boring. Obviously I went through the border into Bulgaria, and as I'm leaving Turkey, the woman in the thing is like, oh, motorcycle document. So I give her my rego paper, and I'll put a picture of a rego paper up there. I pointed to the yellow box and I said, look, this is the plate, this is the chassis, and you can identify a chassis number a mile off. They're like 17 digits most of the time. That's all you need to know. And she's like, no, motorcycle document.
So I'm like, look, this is the motorcycle document. There's nothing else I can give you. And she calls some guy over who like goes over my bike and reads the thing off the back of the bike and then goes back to her. And only after that she starts using the rego paper to do it. Anyway, I could tell she was pretty annoyed at having to use the document I'd given her after she'd said it was wrong. But once she gave it back, I pointed to the yellow bit and I said, motorcycle document. And that pissed her off a little bit. She just said, bye-bye, and slammed the window in my face. So yeah, I rode off cackling.
So, thank you for sitting through many minutes of extremely boring stuff that is basically causing me to fall asleep while I'm editing it. It's a bit more interesting from here because the roads are good, there aren't any border dramas because it's Europe, and since I'm getting closer to the final destination, I'm actually starting to enjoy myself a little bit more. Apart from that pending Iraqi fuel syndrome that keeps popping back on my bike, but more on that later. Until then, this.
Well, I come down that mountain, I didn't even realise this was a border crossing. So this is what, Serbia, wherever, maybe? I'll put it on screen wherever I am if I'm wrong. But hopefully I'm not.
Long days driving. I think I've done about 700 kilometers today, but this will do. So what's on the menu today? Boiled water apparently, plus whatever pasta's left from before, not combined with that. Combined with the mystery food I've probably forgotten about that was in this side. A can of coffee. Oh, there's something tinny there. Whatever the hell that is that something Turkish? Turkish beans and pasta. Great. Babinya pilaki. Oh, just seeing that it says red beans there. Red beans. I've actually been a bit silly with my water today. I've got about half of one of these left, which is what, 250 mils? Plus whatever's cooking in there. So I might drink the pasta water, disgusting as that'll be. But yeah, I'll fill these up properly tomorrow and get a better bottle. A bigger bottle. One that goes there. Get in that bowl, you peasant meal. I've realised I haven't learned from my mistakes, and I still don't have a fork. So today's fork is belt buckle. Not my proudest work, but still better than ham and pea soup that you have to bite like a brick. It works. Shut up. And on that note, I bid you farewell from the weird wild camp in Bosnia.
Oh my god, I wouldn't have gone up this road if I'd known it was so bad. It had better come out somewhere convenient. Oh, amazing! A main road.
marvellous.
Now if you remember, when I was in Iraq, I put some very questionable quality fuel in my bike, and it ended up breaking down in the middle of the desert.
I don't know what to do, to be honest. I'm just going to have to keep it running as much as I can. I think there might have been water in the bottom of that thing. Get it going on some antiperspirant.
And that problem didn't really go away. Since then, the bike has really been misbehaving, especially at slow speeds, like going through towns.
Well, I appear to be suffering from IFS again. That's Iraqi fuel syndrome. And I'm out of options really, because it's a full tank of fuel. I'm hoping the fuel's okay. I mean, it seems too convenient that it's 2 consecutive tanks of fuel that have been dodgy, so I'm guessing it's something a bit more sinister, so possibly injectors that are blocked or something. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to use a bottle of gimmick liquid. And just fingers crossed and hope for the best. I mean, there's not much else I can do. Let's give it a bit of a mix up before I go and do that. Hopefully this works. If it doesn't work, I'm screwed. So close yet so far. No, I'm not going to bother overtaking here because I know what's going to happen. But basically the bike's been giving me dirty carb syndromes. Obviously being fuel injected, it's not a carb bike, but if you know anything or have ridden older bikes in your lifetimes, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like riding with lag. Like you'll open your throttle, it'll die, and then suddenly it'll kick in, it'll start bucking around, and it's pretty horrible to ride. And driving through the slow speeds through that town just there, that was the first time it's actually died properly, because I think I just didn't have the momentum to get the fuel going again. But yeah, all I can think of is that it's just dirt in the fuel, because I know in Iraq I was basically filling up my fuel tank using dirty jerry cans that have been filled with who knows what. Most of them are old oil cans, so I'm sure it wouldn't have done any good. BMWs, these ones at least, they don't have a inline fuel filter. They've only got this weird sock that goes on the fuel pump, and it's a pain in the ass to get it out. So, I mean, I remember I got it half out in Africa at some point, but that was just to put negative 12 volts on the pump to run it backwards. But if the weird little sock thing is completely clogged up, I'm guessing I'd get symptoms like this, but there's not much I can do about it, just because removing the tank is such an ordeal. So worst case, the bike is just going to die. Best case is I'm going to have to limp it, bucking and screaming and running horribly all the way back to England, which means that just to be safe, I'm probably going to have to rush through everywhere and avoid some of the nicer places just so that I actually make it on time, because breaking down is not really in my interests. I mean, think of the recovery costs of this. So yeah, I'm going to have to do a bit of thinking and reacting to whatever is going to happen to me in the next few thousand kilometers.
It was at this point the bike issues were starting to frustrate me a little bit, in case you couldn't tell.
Slowly beginning to think that the bike isn't going to make it. Oh, fuck off, you stupid fucking truck. But we'll see. Oh, fuck off, you're just so boring. Everything is just like, oh, we'll see. Find out later. This is a problem. This is not a problem. You're just a dickhead. Your bike's shit. You're shit.
And this is massively concerning for me. Mostly due to the fact that I'm so close to finishing this trip, and the amount of failure I would feel if I broke down so close to home and wasn't able to finish the trip because of something like this. Which is why it's probably in my best interests to fix it now. I can't get my fingers down there as well as the camera, but basically this bit popped off and this bit was just flopping around in there. And what I ended up doing is clipping that bit back together and putting this in properly, but one of the pins is a little bit blue and corroded. So I just kind of moved it in and out and lapped it in just to kind of wear away a bit of the corrosion and get some metal to metal contact. So we'll consider that one fixed, just in time for the Nurburg Ring.
Seems okay. It's only been like 20 kilometers this morning, but I'm sure it'll rear its ugly head if it's going to, but this could be problem solved. Yeah, just had to stop and get a shot of that. Bloody amazing.
So, bike finally fixed. Chances of completing this trip rapidly increasing. And then I see this. This is a war memorial monolith that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce, so here it is on screen. And from a distance, it looks walkable. But as I walked towards it, it got rapidly bigger, and the hill got rapidly steeper. And by the time you reach the top wearing all your motorbike gear and your boots that aren't very good for walking in, you feel like you're about to have a heart attack. But, since this is just past the border from Serbia, it's probably a good time to mention, I'm now in Bosnia. Now Croatia surprised me a little bit, and in preparation, I went on a forum.
And the next part of my trip is coordinated by random people on a forum.
And I basically said, I'm going to Croatia, what should I do? And one of the suggestions was this place. So I did it, purely off the internet's suggestion.
Yeah, the weather's really closed in a bit now. It's kind of taken my enjoyment out of it. Get like, I don't know, halfway, and then I'll find a hotel. I don't really feel like camping today, and I've got a load of washing to do as well, so I'll see if they can manage that for me as well. One thing I do like about being back in Europe though is there's much more sort of camaraderie about the bikers around here. I mean, everyone's sort of waving at each other, which, you know, it's a little bit mincy, let's be honest. But, you know, everyone's friendly, and like every time I've stopped at the side of the road, someone's come over and been like, oh, is everything okay? But if you do that in Australia, you know, nothing would happen. No one sort of acknowledges you on a bike. It's just like, yeah, kind of cold. But no, it's nice. I'm sure it'll get better as I get further in as well.
So that was quite good. But the cliff-top road that follows it all the way up the length of the country is something you'll never experience unless you've actually been there. It was fucking phenomenal.
I think this is the bit that I'm going to remember as my highlight of Croatia. I've got some non-royalty free music playing. Got my kangaroo pouch full of snakes that I'm munching on. What a fucking wonderful day.
Hey guys, roadside cooking here. I can't even remember what I bought, so this is going to be shocking. A bread thing. That. And I won't use that. What's in here? Ooh, that'll do. It's time to offend some Italians and call this roadside pizza.
Bellissimo, my friend.
Sorry, I'm in a bullying mood.
Anyway, there is purpose to this. I've chosen this route because it goes to this place. Another name I'm not going to embarrass myself by saying. And this abandoned military base is essentially a hollowed out mountain with a bunch of roads through it. And I don't mean a few paths, I mean kilometers of roads underground within a mountain. And you can just drive in there. So I did.
Mysteries. This is fucking amazing. You could literally... What? My mind's a bit blown right now. This is so fucking cool. I wonder how far you can go just riding underground. I want to turn off my lights. Oh, but you can't on a BMW. I'm in Fallout 4. I'm going to find a bunch of... perfect place to drop your bike, isn't it? Oh. pretend that didn't happen. What happens if you turn left here? Oh yes, of course, Trampy. Who else?
Oh, I better get me some of that. Better hope your balance is good. Any golf pussy in here?
So, Croatia, almost done. So you can do this, and press that, so you can find out what happens in the next episode, which is the last episode. Yes. Hello there. If you're new here, I decided to ride my motorbike around the planet, starting in Sydney. I left on my birthday and skedaddled all the way across the country until I got to Perth, where I chucked my bike in a box and threw it to Cape Town, where it got stuck in a port for 3 weeks. After that, I made my way to Botswana, befriended an Italian, as well as some elephants, on my way through lion-infested lands, on my way towards the Zambia border. Once here, I avoided political nightmares at borders by going to the north border, and entering Tanzania this way. After several questionable news reports, and illegally riding my bike as high up Mount Kilimanjaro as I thought was possible, I made my way to Kenya, where my bike was promptly held to ransom by some really crap shipping company. My trip had to end. Or did it? Thanks to my marvellous YouTube community, I made a video complaining, and my trip was able to continue, thanks to the internet. No thanks to this crap shipping company. Anyway, 9 whole months later, my trip continued from Dubai. Only this time I was in a rush, because that aforementioned really crap shipping company, they messed up their end of the bargain, which meant that my carnet would have expired if I'd stayed any longer than I did. After making my way to the Saudi Arabia border, flying by Bahrain to bump into a Jeff, having my drone snatched at the border because apparently it's illegal to have one in Saudi, and then entering Kuwait to stay with my marvellous friends, I eventually landed in Iraq, where I encountered the ice cream bros before heading towards Turkey. And in the last episode, I entered my first European country of this trip. Before riding my bike through several kilometers of underground abandoned military base, I present to you the last episode in this little series, where I finally make it to England. Or do I? Yes.
Wow, I'm in a car, not a bike. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, the last video actually got some views, which is different for my channel. And this is because Itchy Boots made a post about me. Isn't that wonderful? So welcome, Itchy Booters and Norrelly. So what does this tell you? Even the biggest channels have their guilty pleasures. This is the last episode. Let's go. And as if by magic, tent. Now it looks all nice from here, but it's going to get more gloomy as we go in. Look at all that. There's a meme I could use here.
Ollie? It's gonna rain!
Yes, it is. This is the alternate ending. It didn't rain. It was a marvellous day, and a joyous evening was had by all. Me. Luckily, you didn't see the other ending.
Anyway, today's plan is to get as close to Germany as I can. I'll probably end up going through Slovenia and then entering Austria. And then who knows if I'll make it all the way through Austria today, because I think I have to go over the mountains. So whether I camp at the bottom of the mountains and then go over the mountains the next day just to sort of make sure I'm not camping on top of a snowy mountain at night. Yeah. So Nurburg Ring is the next major landmark that I'm going to stop at. Let's see if I can get out of here easily.
Yes, we're finally underway on this episode. About bloody time. And I'm going to take this opportunity to apologise to Slovenia. Now, even though it's the neighbouring country of Croatia, and there's no real way into Austria without passing through Slovenia, unfortunately, I was leaving Slovenia before I'd even got over the fact that I'd entered Slovenia. It's quite a small country, in case you hadn't guessed. Anyway, apologies Slovenia. Here's some stuff to try and make you look cool.
Up in the pit.
Truly an amazing country, and you should definitely visit. Anyway, here's the only footage of Slovenia that I got.
That's the Slovenia-Croatia border. There's nobody there. You can just drive straight through. My border anxiety is gradually dissipating because I hated it all through Africa, all through the Middle East. Every border you know is going to be an absolute pain, but you know, the further towards Central and Western Europe you get, everything is just so relaxed and covered under the sort of Schengen agreement they've got going on there. So yeah, what a nice day. What a nice border.
But don't worry, karma got justice for Slovenia, and it began to absolutely piss it down with rain, and I got soaked, just in time to reach the snow around the Austria border.
So there we go. Austria.
Now this border actually contained humans, but it took about 25 seconds to get through. Take note, Zambia. Now about that snow that I talked about earlier. Austria is one of those weird places. As you just saw, pretty sunny, nice riding, and then you climb up the mountains. Somehow you end up in a ski resort, with snow. Even though it's the end of season, there's still people riding along next to you on skis. And after all that, 20 minutes later you're down the other side of the mountain, and it's sunny again. Anyway, scenic montage time, because I haven't had one yet in this episode.
And this is where I'm finding out how good it is to have a heated grip. That's right, one heated grip, because the other one doesn't work. Some of these towns are just weird. It's the only way to describe them. You got guys like that. He looks exactly like the divorced dad's guy.
Now I'm gonna get so much money. I don't need a job. Why? Because I can manifest.
Now that the borders have stopped being a thing, it doesn't really become a big event to make it to a different country. So all I'll say is I'm in Germany now.
What a gloriously aesthetic viewing angle. But I'm here. And tomorrow I'm going to be on the Nurburg Ring, because I kind of have to rush there. Because it's shitty weather right now, and it's going to be shitty weather 2 days from now, so the only time I'm going to be able to do it is tomorrow. So tomorrow will be an early morning. I've got to go about 4.5 hours to get to the Nurburg Ring, and then check into the hotel, and then go racing.
On the most suitable race bike you've ever seen.
Hey, MAB guy, up here, up here.
Yes, it's still me. You found me again. Now allow me to add some context to the reasons why I'm going to the Nurburg Ring on a very inappropriate bike. I've been to the Nurburg Ring before, on a sports bike, which would be much more suitable for going there. And this is when we were poverty-stricken apprentices. We didn't pay for hotels, oh no. We slept in tents, in petrol station forecourts, and gathered our resources to get a single-person room between 3 of us. But my tyres never touched Nurburg Ring tarmac, and this is because Mercedes had booked the track out for that particular day. Did we check before we left? No. Because who does that? And this entire time, I've had a completely legitimate hatred for Mercedes-Benz. So fuck you, Mercedes-Benz, for ruining my trip many, many years ago.
Let's see what the Nurburg Ring has in store.
I found myself somewhat disappointed with myself during this lap of the Nurburg Ring. If I was doing this in 2012, I would not have cared about anything. No one was getting past me. But all I'm thinking in my mind is, half my engine oil is leaking out. If I crash, I fail. The recovery costs. And all these old man things that younger people don't bother with. Plus it gives me an excuse to justify why I'm being overtaken all the time.
Well, I think I'm going to be keeping up with those guys somehow. Seeing as my top speed's like 160. And I'm leaking half my engine oil all over my back tyre. But who cares? It's been 15 years in the making. Almost stacked it in front of like 30 people. At least I'm faster than someone.
Now, although the flap on the collar of my jacket did its best to hide my shame, this is the worst moment of my Nurburg Ring lap. I got easily passed by a Volkswagen Polo, and it was probably the 1 litre, not even the 1.3.
Fucking hell. Can't believe that. We were so unbelievably disappointed when we couldn't ride this 15 years ago. It's fucking fantastic.
Yes, it was. And on a side note, it was nice to finally get some closure of the Nurburg Ring. And let's be honest, it's not every day you see a 250 kilo bike with a tent strapped to the back of it going on a racetrack or a toll road. So brace yourselves, kids, for one of the only legitimate Nurburg Ring stickers you're ever going to see in New South Wales. Because you see them all the time on little Volkswagen Golfs, or Polos for that matter. Not that I'm bitter or anything. I'm in France. That means it's time to fix things.
Not ideal.
Oh, I'm beginning to realise this oil leak here is getting pretty bad. But there's not much I can do about it.
I'm probably losing a few hundred mils per tank of fuel, I reckon.
But I'm not even going to bother trying to fix it. Just going to stock up on some dead dinosaurs.
And then just hope that I can put the oil in as fast as it's coming out.
Because I'm like, what, 700 kilometers from the end? I just can't be bothered fixing stuff, to be honest.
And because of the rules of the world, I'm going to live to regret what I just said.
This is all I have to say about France. If you like toll roads, go to France.
This is France.
Don't like you, France. You're nothing but toll roads. And they're not even cheap tolls either. Check this out. How much are you going to steal from me? $4.50. It's like $9 or something. You bastards. You little cheese and perfume loving bastards.
At this point, I've definitely had enough of toll roads, so I escaped them to go and find a campsite. Didn't know where one was, so I just found one.
The most slippery little muddy track I've ever seen in my life. However, stalls. I think this is a suitably hidden spot. Hell yeah. Now the challenge of the day is remembering how I even got into this place. Because it's like a maze of about 20 different directions. The second challenge is not stalling. And the third challenge is not breaking my bike by dropping it because it's so bloody slippery. Oh, there you go, there's some old tracks. So I've obviously slithered through here.
I also feel like a bit of a spy. Because I'm just off the corner of some farmer's field. There's no road there or anything, but yes.
Well, sadly, I think this signifies one of the last days of the trip, because tomorrow at about 3 p.m. I'm going to be getting on that ferry that takes me to England. And to be honest, I'm not excited to go there. I just want to carry on riding my bike around the world like a selfish, obnoxious idiot. But realistically that can't happen because life goes on and people need to do things to make a living. But anyway, tomorrow I'll visit the Normandy landings thing because that interests me quite a bit. And then I'll be on the ferry. And then there'll be some England shenanigans, and that'll be it. However, you know what this calls for. Another excessively over-the-top roadside sandwich. And what would France be without a baguette? Pre-cut as well. What is this magic? Bit of mystery cucumber stuff. This is gonna go everywhere. Yep, already has. Now I have ominous white stains in my groin. Oh my god, just get on the bread. I wish they'd invent something to hold food while you prepare things on it. Right, so I'm calling this sandwich Laziness Le Special, because it sounds French, and it's the product of laziness, because I literally couldn't be bothered to get up off my arse and get a knife to open things properly. And cut cheese, so it's torn off with my hands, but it's going to be delicious, so shut up. I was right.
And that's the road. Fantastic. Anyway, to Normandy Beach. Fuck, I'm just pulling over because I've had one of those horrible panic moments where you know you've left something behind. And this time it's my entire backpack that has all my documents, my passport, everything. You lucky, lucky boy. I hung it there last night. Oh my god. Okay, panic over. Onwards! Anyway, that should be my last fill-up for the entire trip, really. It's a bit of a weird feeling knowing that you've gone all this distance and that tank of fuel is going to take you the rest of the way. So I'm like 200 kilometers away from Normandy Beach right now. And then after that I've got to get my ferry from Caen, wherever the hell that place is. And then yeah, then I'll be in Portsmouth.
Now I find historic military stuff quite interesting. So what would appeal to me more than the Normandy Beach landings? And guess what? I found it quite interesting. I was, however, extremely annoyed because I lined up this shot and did that thing where you press record and it stops recording instead of starting recording. So right now I'm basically stood exactly where that guy was in World War II taking that photo of those guys walking up the hill. I'll do an overlay of that. This is where my poor planning kind of took over again. I made the stupid mistake of booking the ferry for a specific time on a specific day, and I could have spent hours here, but unfortunately I was limited by having to get to the ferry port in time to leave. I wasn't particularly happy about this because this is quite an interesting place. Now the ferry is something that really surprised me. The amount of really well-travelled, decent people I met who were coming there on their bikes was absolutely excellent. And over the 6 hours that it took to get from A to B, everyone I met was bloody fantastic. It was almost a shame to leave, because we know what England's like.
Guess what, nobody? I'm in England. Again. And I'm still trying to figure out if it feels good to be back. And this is going to be a weird experience. After so long riding on the wrong side of the road, I'm going to have to get used to riding on the right side of the road again. Oh, this is going to be weird. So we're in miles an hour now. What's 50? 50 is like 90, isn't it? Who knows? Anyway, to a hotel and sort out all my horrors tomorrow. 60 is 100. And then tomorrow is the last day of this trip. What the fuck? I'm at two minds, really. I really don't want this trip to end. I've had the best bloody time of my life. But there will be others, so I'm not too fussed.
So here's a topic of interest that might interest some people who are actually planning on travelling to the UK. And this involves insurance. It's one of those things that you can't ride without, and I have spent the last 2 days trying to figure it out to find someone who's going to insure me for the 2 weeks that I'm going to be here. And it turns out that when you arrive with a foreign vehicle, nobody has a bloody clue. I've called everyone from like the insurance bureau to about 20 different companies, and none of them know what the hell's going on. So this means that the police would also not know what the hell's going on because they rely on information from the insurers. And everything I can find online says that basically you need to have proof of an insurance policy in your home country that'll cover me. So basically, I've got a rego paper. I know it doesn't cover me, but thanks to the joys of plausible deniability, it does now, because nobody can prove otherwise. Thanks, England, for being clueless. Also, my hotel room has a glory hole. So it's at this point I realise exactly how close I am to finishing this trip. And it's hard not to think about everything that's happened along the way. And that includes things like waking up on the day and realising this is when the trip begins, to gradually realising how far in fact you are away from home, while you take a piss off the Nullarbor, arriving in Perth and realising the things that you need to get you through the rest of the trip, realising stuff in other countries isn't the same as your own country, and meeting some amazing people along the way who you would never otherwise have come in contact with, and no one else you meet will ever understand, before getting your bike kidnapped by an absolute dogshit shipping company. And it's things like seeing how cultures change. And this can be as fast as in a day when you're crossing 3 different countries, before finally reaching the final destination country. But as with everything I do, there is a twist. And you will find out what that twist is very soon.
So last stretch of the trip, Southampton to Plymouth. And if you don't see any more footage like this, it means that I didn't get pulled over and fined for no insurance. So let's hope that didn't happen. So anyway, it's about 3.5 hours away from where I am now. It's just going to be all highways, to be honest. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. So remember this bit of road from a certain video. And here it is. Now I wonder who that hooligan was.
Now my original ending for this trip was going to be Captain Jasper's on the Barbican in Plymouth. Not because it's good, it's actually a bit of a shithole, but mostly because I find it a little bit sentimental. Some might say this is an anticlimax, but it's my travel video, so get over it. All I will say is try your best to envisage the feeling of this moment right here, because there's no way I'm good enough at video editing to portray that properly. Anyway, about that plot twist I told you about earlier. Plot twist indeed. The truth is, you haven't seen anyone yet, have you? Why would I drive to a country all by myself and not even bother meeting up with anyone there? Well, the truth is, when I was in Kane, still can't pronounce it, I completely fucked up. Because I had not intended to tell my mother that I was coming, and then I accidentally messaged her, and usually she's one of these people that will leave you on the 2 ticks for days. But no, not this time. This time was blue ticks immediately. So I had to come up with an absolute bullshit story to explain why I was saying that I was about to get on a ferry. So at this point in time, I'm in Tasmania. Let's see how that pans out.
So this is the part of the exercise where there are no second chances. I get one shot at this, and one shot only. I haven't been back to England for 10 years now, and my mum doesn't know that I'm coming. So let's see what she's doing. How can I do this? I've got to find a way to put this in my helmet.
Okay.
Oh, you know, pretty average. Hello?
Yeah?
Can you hear me?
Why, what happened?
Oh, I've had the most...
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've had like the most nightmare weekend. Like, I guess the hands-free thing might... You can't? How about now? I'll try and move into a better spot.
Yeah, that's better, actually.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I told you I was in Tasmania, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it all went quiet, so I was thinking, oh my god, what's happened?
Yeah, quiet for a good reason. And there's a chance that my car is just completely dead. So I had this thing.
What happened?
Well, it's very wet and muddy and boggy and stuff. And it was very deceptively muddy and boggy. And yeah, things didn't go too well.
So what, it's submerged, basically.
Yeah, so it pretty much went up to the, what do you call it, the windows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was literally like driving into the sea.
So how come the boy who's going, don't drive on that wet bit of sand, goes and does that to his car?
Well, because you basically caused me to have to replace a clutch, didn't you? So don't go giving me that nonsense. Yeah, I know, it was just horrendous. But it's fine, you know, maybe the other car will be finished by the time that one's thawed out. But yeah. So what are you doing anyway?
So what happens when that happens? I mean...
Oh, your engine's just trashed. Huh?
Hang on, you're bubbling.
What do you mean I'm bubbling?
I'm hearing you intermittently. I've heard that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, now it's good. But also there's some absent aircraft going overhead.
Really?
Well, I think it might be outside. It might be nobody's here. Don't know. Sounded like there's a lot of because of what's going on in the round about Israel and UK aircraft. No.
Huh?
It's a motorbike.
Really? Well, tell them to bugger off because you're talking to your child.
Is it you? Yeah, seriously, it looks like your motorbike. Go and have a look. It looks like an off-road motorbike with like boxes, like your bike.
Well, maybe it is.
How emotional. Anyway, with that out of the way, what do you do? Well, you drive some tractors around. You feed llamas. You spend a bit of time hanging out with your mates who you haven't seen for over a decade. Ride incredibly fast through tiny little windy country lanes. Do some more stuff with tractors. Chase your mum around with a tractor. Burn things. And sheep. And then you have to ask yourself, how the bloody hell am I getting home?
Now what's supposed to happen is your fuel lines go from the tank on either side, connect to here at this fuel tap,